You've been listening to Pirates Baseball on the Pirates Radio Network.
The ball game is over, and this game is over.
And the ball game is over.
Now, it's time for your reaction on the Pirates Fan Reaction Show. The Og Murphy and Prikoski Fan Reaction Show is presented by Van Handel Cleaning and Restoration and is brought to you by Bellman Electric, Sir Grout, Hampton Beer Outlet, Guardian Protection, NJM Insurance, Keystone Custom Apparel, Veteran Basement Waterproofing, Zero Res Commercial Cleaning, and Og Murphy and Prikoski Law Firm. We're all in.
And this will do it. The ball game is over.
The Fan Reaction Show is on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Chisholm is the tying run here in the bottom of the 10th. 2 outs, a strike away from a Pirates win. Soto ready, and here it is. Swinging the ball poked back of first. Jacob Gonzalez is there, makes the catch, and the Pirates claim game 1. They beat the Yankees.
And they beat the Yankees indeed. 5-3 the final. Neither of these teams really enjoy the bonus baseball, otherwise known as extra innings. Pirates coming in at 3-6. Yankees 1-5. Good news for the Pirates. They're now 4-6 in extra inning games. The Yankees fall to 1-6 as they win at 5-3. Don't want to waste any time here. I want to get to the news at the top of the hour. Let's go right to the scene of the crime. No crimes committed today as the Bucs win 5-3. John Wehner in the Bronx at Yankee Stadium. And Garrett Cole was as advertised. Unbelievable how they did get to him finally with the brothers Gonzalez.
Yeah, I mean, that was impressive. First, Nick Gonzalez, I thought, hit a good pitch, curveball down and away. And, you know, you forget Garrett Cole. I mean, obviously he's missed some time, and I haven't seen him pitch live in so long. Man, is he good. I mean, he still has the velocity, moves it around, and really didn't leave many pitches over the heart of the plate, except for the fastball at times when he was challenging. But, I always wonder, you know, he's up there with a runner on first for the first time in the 5th inning, so he hasn't pitched out of the stretch. And he hangs a changeup. His changeup was on point. I mean, every breaking ball he threw today I thought was well executed until the changeup to Jacob Gonzalez with Nick Gonzalez on first. And, you know, he put a good swing on it. He's been putting a lot of good swings on it since he's come over here in that trade. And Nick going the other way, impressive display of power there, almost 400 feet. So, and that, you know, you have to win that game. And so you're up 3-0 there into the 7th. And it's like, oh no, here we go. You know, that 3-run homer. And, that was big. I think it was a big game and important that we were able to pull it out.
And I don't want to minimize the addition of Jacob Gonzalez. 19 home runs this year in fewer than 200 bats. And you made a good point of that in the pregame, John. You talked about how this guy has some pop and he hits some home runs.
Yeah, and it's a nice-looking swing. It's not like he doesn't appear that he's looking to hit home runs. He's just up there, you know, with a pretty compact swing and looks really calm in the box, doesn't chase. You know, even the 7th inning, he had blistered another ball out the center field. A good swing on that one, too. So, yeah, I didn't know a lot about him when he came over in the trade, and you know, he's looked fine defensively. I know he can move around a little bit, and I definitely didn't know he had that kind of pop. The one he hit in Cleveland was an absolute bomb. This one, this one just off the end of the bat a bit, but over that short porch here at Yankee Stadium.
And our man, Mr. Montgomery, you know, he's touching 100 every time he's out there. I think he kind of profiles as a closer. Am I the only guy seeing that?
That's what it looked like was going to happen today. You know, I mean, he comes in, and if we would have taken the lead in the 9th, we had 2 on against David Bednar. There was nobody up in the bullpen, so he got the 1 out in the to finish the bottom of the 8th, and he was staying out there. If we took the lead in the 9th, he was going to get the opportunity to finish it. So, which rightfully so. I mean, he's got a huge arm. He's been throwing strikes. He looks so unfazed. Yeah. I think that's the most impressive thing, because we heard when we got, he's wild, he walks. He doesn't look. He's not wild. And he's not scared. No. That much is sure. It's pretty impressive to watch him just go up there and looks as poised as can be, and has no problem throwing that fastball and challenging guys.
I know with 2 men on, you don't want to put another base runner on in a game like that, but my goodness, you don't want to challenge Rice in that situation. What was Carmen doing in that at bat?
To me, it was worse. Was the catcher up, Austin Wells? And you fall behind Austin Wells, who's hitting 158, and you don't challenge him with a 3-2 fastball. You throw a split up there at 3-2, walk him to turn the lineup over. I'm sorry, that's the guy you challenge.
Correct.
Now Rice, I think it looked like Davis was set up away on the 3-1 fastball to Rice. And he might have yanked it a bit, but yeah, if you're gonna miss, I have no problem with him throwing a fastball away there.
Right.
But if you're gonna miss, you got to miss off the plate, not on it.
Well, John, you have a whole nother game to do, so I don't want to keep you too long. Thanks for the time, as always. A very nice win for the Pirates today. If they could sweep this doubleheader, that'd be something.
Yeah, that would be huge. And we can't sweep it if you don't win the first one. So. We're in a position to do it. Always good to talk to you, Paul.
John, you're the best. Thanks so much for the time. John Wehner at Yankee Stadium. Bucks win 5-3. And that segment right there, our talk with the broadcaster, is brought to you by Veteran Basement Waterproofing. Okay, we've got to keep things moving here. When we come back, we're going to have the play of the game, player of the game. We're going to do all kinds of things. And we're going to do it quickly, efficiently, and professionally. Right here on the Og, Murphy, and Prikoski Reaction Show, presented by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
After an accident, you need an injury attorney who fights for you. Og, Murphy, and Prikoski are ready to take on the insurance companies and win you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM. Og, Murphy, Prikoski, the firm. We're all in.
Sir Grout Pittsburgh specializes in hard surface restoration. Whether it's tile or grout cleaning and sealing or natural stone restoration, Sir Grout will transform and renew floors, kitchens, foyers, mudrooms, bathroom showers, and countertops. They can restore the beauty and luster of natural stone with polishing and preventative stain sealant processes. Sir Grout trained technicians can even change the grout color to update the area's look and style. Call 412-960-6310 now to book your appointment.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of feller who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Nest Expressions Window Fashion's greatest summer promotion. Free motorization on silhouette and pirouette shades going on right now. 1-888-952-NEST or nestexpressions.com.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to Supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At Supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to Supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's Supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
You're listening to the Og, Murphy, and Prikoski Fan Reaction Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Here's the pitch. Swinging a ball hit to right and deep. This ball's toward the wall. It's gone. He hooked it out of here. Home run. Jacob Gonzalez puts the Pirates in the lead 2-0. Boy, the game can change quickly, and it sure has here in New York.
And Nicky G got himself on base. He ruined the perfect game that Garrett Cole was working on. That's our easy play of the game. Brought to you by Easy Home Exteriors and Garage Doors. And the player of the game also, Jacob Gonzalez, kind of the new guy. Brought to you by Pellman Electric, cutting-edge electrical contractors covering the tri-state. Now, what about the play of the game? Well, all they needed a little love in that extra inning frame, and they got it from Jared Triolo.
Pitch is swung on, lined into left, falling fast down for a hit, smothered by Bellinger, and it kicks away from him. Nick Gonzalez easily in to score, and Jared Triolo comes through with a big hit in the 10th to put the Pirates in the lead 4-3.
A lead that they would hold on to. That's the play of the game, brought to you by Sir Grout Innovative Cleaning and Restoration Methods. Sir Grout in Gibsonia. Jared Triolo coming through in a big way. Plenty more to come in a very quick delivery right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of feller who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Save even more during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members save up to 20% on in-stock molding when you spend $250 or more. And save up to 20% on in-stock pre-hung interior doors when you buy 6 or more. Load up today on the materials you need and get the most out of Pro Savings Days. Members get more at Lowe's. Valid through 7/31 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. See Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
There's electricity in the crowd, but when you have electrical problems, you need a family-owned business you can trust. Call Pellman Electric. Pellman Electric has been in business for over 25 years, and their qualified electricians can handle any project. Residential or commercial, outlet repairs in your house, to completing a high-rise office building, Pellman Electric will tackle any job. And if the power goes out, Pellman offers generator installation services. Visit them at PellmanElectric.com. You depend on electricity, depend on Pellman.
Now back to the Og Murphy and Prikoski Fan Reaction Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
2-2 coming. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Spun him around with 101. Mason Montgomery delivers 4 outs in the 8th and 9th. And that'll send us to extra inning. Chisholm is the tying run here in the bottom of the 10th. 2 outs. A strike away from a Pirates win. Soto ready, and here it is. Swinging a ball poked back of first. Jacob Gonzalez is there, makes the catch, and the Pirates claim game 1. They beat the Yankees.
They beat the Yankees indeed. 5-3 your final in that one. Who's hot and who's not? That is brought to you by D'Amelio's Heating and Air Conditioning Greensburg. I'm going to We're going to give both Mason Montgomery and Mr. Soto the honors there. Montgomery with the win, Soto with the save. Bucks win by the score of 5-3. We'll put a bow on this thing right after this on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now more of the Og Murphy and Prokowski Fan Reaction Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Welcome back. We are flying. Trying to get things to David Balabrado, top of the hour. We'll have the news, and Cullen Dunlap with a power hour of his show from 5 until 6. And I see Michael Bartley in the wings. He will follow. Man, we got a lineup. We got a lineup as good as the Bucks. You kidding me? Look at this. Stars everywhere. Pirates, by the way, hit home runs today. Where did I put this down? I know I wrote that down somewhere. Yeah, home runs number 131 and 132. Today, those two home runs. The Gonzalez boys hit a couple of home runs today. You know how many home runs they had all of last year? 117. They're in the 30s right now, 131 and 132. They lead baseball in runs scored. The trade deadline is approaching. Pirates very much in the thick of things right now in terms of the wild card. Right now, they stand alone in the National League's third wild card spot. A look at the standings, by the way, brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors, the most preferred window brand by Pittsburgh homeowners. Stating our case, that was John Wayner who joined us. That was also the broadcaster segment. And that is brought to you by Hampton Beer. Drive a lot. Drive a little, save a lot. I think that's what Hampton Beer prides their business in, and they do a great job. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. Donnie Kelly, by the way, I just saw him up on the TV. Very happy with the win today. No question about that. So everything went according to plan there. Let me get square with our man Logan later. Logan, can I go right up until 57:30 right now? Or do I have to get another break in? I'm good until that time? Okay, good. I can actually take a breath, breathe a little bit, and wax a little poetic about what I thought was a big win. Now, the one thing I just knew, for whatever reason, it's just kind of, things are in your bones sometimes. I knew that the Pirates were not going to win 3-0. And that troubles me a little bit because it's just been that way all year with the bullpen. Now, I was also, and again, I come clean on these things. I was texting our guy, Greg Finley, and some other folks saying, I certainly hope they let Carmen Majinski, go as deep as he can. And then he, kind of got a little sloppy and gave up the 3-run home run to Rice. And, as Rock pointed out, allowing Wells to get on was actually the problem with that inning. But, all is well that ends well. And the Pirates now have a chance to sweep the doubleheader, win the series. How about the fact coming into this series against the American League, the Pirates have won 5 straight series against AL teams. 5 straight. They've never done that before since 1997 when they started doing interleague play. So a win in Game 2 tonight, which, oh, by the way, that shifts back over to the Fan. I was told that Donnie Football will become Donnie Baseball, and he'll have that for you both pre- and post-game over on the Fan. But the Bucks win. 5-3 the final. Not an easy place to win. Another really underrated moment today was the 5 innings that Mitch Keller gave the Pirates today. No runs. He had a pretty good line today. Just gave up the 3 hits, struck out 6, only walked 2. He did hit a batter as well. It looked like whatever he was struggling with, certainly, they put 8 left-handed bats up against Keller because he's been awful against left-handers all year long. But those 8 bats only managed 6 hits and, 3 hits and no runs. So Mitch Keller is certainly an unheralded hero today. But I think the Jacob Gonzalez acquisition is going to be something you're going to pay attention to. Valdez, I thought, would have a bigger day than he had. Hit the ball hard a couple of times, but did not really factor into the scoring today. But, man, is he a beast with 13 home runs in his first 32 Major League at-bats. That's pretty incredible. Okay, Logan, great job. Great working with you today. Pirates win by the score of 5-3. They do have another game coming up. First pitch at 7:05 in the split doubleheader. But the Pirates win 5-3. And certainly a nice inning when you get in New York against the Yankees is when you're going to like. Enjoy the rest of your evening, everybody.
Buy one window, get a free unicorn. Just kidding. Are you tired of dishonest offers? I'm Brian Murphy, owner of Easy Home Exteriors, and we take your home seriously. If you need windows, roofing, siding, or doors, we'll give you fair, honest pricing the first time, every time. No pressure, no gimmicks. We'll give you a free estimate. You don't even need to be home. Call 412-678-7008. That's 412-678-7008. If you're lucky, we'll throw in a unicorn.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
Family-owned D'Amelio Heating and Cooling services heating, cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. D'Amelio services all brands and provides 24-hour service. D'Amelio's Heating and Cooling is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. D'Amelio Inc. is a family-owned Pennsylvania heating and air conditioner contractor invested in providing you with the very finest strategies, heating and cooling systems at reasonable cost. D'Amelio 724-838-9360.
Catastrophic injuries bring emotional strain, physical pain, and financial stress. You don't have to face it alone. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM today. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast has been brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 72 degrees at 5 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. State police have now identified the man who was killed in that wrong-way crash along the Parkway North that shut down a major stretch of the highway for several hours yesterday. Investigators say 54-year-old Joseph Sasso of Gibsonia was killed when the driver of a tractor-trailer lost control of his rig, crossed the median, and then swerved into Sasso's SUV in the northbound lanes. The 70-year-old truck driver, a Slippery Rock man whose name has not been released, is hospitalized with injuries he sustained in the crash. In a meeting that lasted nearly 6 hours today, a divided city council voted 6-3 to give preliminary approval to a key part of the mayor's plans to revitalize downtown. It's what's called a TRID, a government term for capturing new tax revenues in a certain zone to help fund new developments within that zone. While the developments are focused on downtown, the proposed zone, however, stretches into the Strip District and part of the North Shore. Councilmember Deb Gross was one of the no votes.
So the investment boundary for your proposal is the Central Business District. The state law says that the value capture area should be the downtown Central Business District.
Kahari Mosley and Barb Warwick also voted no, citing concerns raised by City Controller Rachel Heisler about taking millions of dollars in revenue away from the city and pouring it into the TRID, which could have a lifespan of up to 40 years. Even if council gives final approval, the proposal still must receive the backing from the county, the Pittsburgh Public Schools, and Pittsburgh Regional Transit. The Commercial Street Bridge project is still ahead of schedule, as we hear now in this report from News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush.
With the Parkway East on track to reopen by the middle of next week, Transportation Secretary Mike Carroll says the project deserves a comparison that only Pittsburgh would appreciate.
We have all witnessed firsthand what I consider a stunning engineering achievement. This really is an immaculate construction. It really is.
Carroll says that teamwork has kept the project on schedule, with the Parkway East expected to reopen to motorists by the middle of next week. Reporting from the Commercial Street Bridge project, I'm Tamira Rush on News Radio 1020 KDKA.
OpenAI agent Chief Executive Sam Altman may have some explaining to do when he heads to Washington next week to discuss next-generation artificial intelligence. ABC's Jim Ryan says an AI agent recently went rogue.
At an AI-related startup called Hugging Face, someone realized last Friday the company had been hit by a cyber attack. It wasn't a foreign actor or a domestic terrorist that had breached its system and stolen login data. It was an OpenAI agent that had discovered vulnerabilities in Hugging Face's security and decided on its own to break in.
On Wall Street today, the Dow lost 6 points, the Nasdaq dropped 146, and the S&P 500 fell 10. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. The Pirates take Game 1 of today's doubleheader against the Yankees, beating the Bronx Bombers 5-3. Jake Mangum helped the cause in the 10th.
Ball poked into left center. That's down for a base hit. Cook reads it, and he's going to be sent from third. Throw is offline. Cook is in scoring, and Triolo gets to third. Great base running by the Pirates on the RBI hit by Mangum. It's 5-3 Buccos in the 10th in New York.
Game 2 tonight at 7:05. KDK Radio News time 5:03. If you're injured, time to hire America's largest injury firm, Morgan & Morgan. Dial Pound Law for Morgan & Morgan. Right now it's 72 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic in the AccuWeather forecast next.
Your journey to beautiful draperies should begin and end in one of my state-of-the-art Hunter Douglas galleries. This is Lisa. Whether you go to my Wexford or McMurray gallery, I am behind every blind and drapery order. You'll only find me at Nest Expressions Window Fashions. Let's chat. 1-888-952-NEST or simply book a free shop-at-home appointment. NestExpressions.com.
Summer's here. The sun is shining, the road is calling, and there's never been a better time to upgrade your ride at Bowser's Chevrolet Monroeville. Whether you're planning beach trips, family vacations, or just enjoying every mile of summer, Bowser Chevrolet has the Chevy you've been waiting for. And right now at Bowser Chevrolet, qualifying buyers can drive home with 0% financing for 60 months. Plus, no payments until Labor Day. For well-qualified buyers, dealer doc fee of $490 applies, tax, title, and fees not included, with approved credit through GM Financial. Offer ends July 31st. Come to Bowser Chevrolet Monroeville and take a test drive. That's the power of Bowser.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Chevrolet Monroeville. BowserChevrolet.com.
All right, traffic time. Here we go. Real quick. 1 hour show. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's all powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. The Parkway West inbound has heavy congestion that's backing you up near Robinson Town Center. Also further down, traffic restarting around Green Tree Hill as you head towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. On the Parkway West outbound, it is jammed as you wrap near the bathtub region of the city. Also, both lanes of the Liberty Tunnel, Fort Duquesne Bridge, and Fort Pitt Bridge are stacked as well, while Route 28 remains heavily congested inbound from Sharpsburg through Millvale and towards the North Shore, with delays carrying on to the Veterans Bridge and downtown approaches. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Under a mainly clear sky tonight, it is going to be cool with a low of 52. We'll have a fair amount of sunshine throughout tomorrow with a high of 76, and then mainly clear and comfortable tomorrow night with a low of 56. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Warmer weather rolling in. Heavy rain, strong winds, and sudden damage. ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh responds immediately, 24/7, 365. Demand the yellow van.
The yellow van. Call ServiceMaster.
The Drive at 5. The stories driving today's headlines. Brought to you by ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, demand the yellow van. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we go. Quick hour. Let's rip through it. Pirates baseball ran a little late, and then they got another one. Not here, though. That's on the Fan. You can watch it as well, but stay tuned to KDK and just keep that baseball game maybe on in the background. NASCAR Roofing, instant access to all our shows. Just click away. Email us, kdkradio.com. 866-391-1020 is that number. I welcome calls. I welcome texts. I welcome you. All right, a subject that we need to talk about that surfaced again, and I was made aware of this when I woke up today. I had no idea about this. So this isn't something that's pretty. It's not something that's fun, but it is something that we need to talk about. And it's our behavior and our need to disseminate. I talked about this not all that long ago. And now the situation, pretty reminiscent of one that happened not all that long ago, has happened again. Let me let you in on this. So there was that terrible accident yesterday on 279 in Ross, I guess it is, where a man lost his life. I came to find out through some mutual friends and some people, and this is terrible, that I actually went to high school with the man's wife. And the guy lives not too far from me. I did not know him, but it's terrible. And there's a group of friends who I know that really knew these people, and it's awful. But furthermore, and here's the topic, that apparently on social media, as people were driving by and as people were stopped in traffic and different things, a few very graphic videos made it out onto social media from that accident. Ones in which you don't want to see. Ones in which you particularly don't want to see before family is notified. Ones in which, in our voyeuristic society, I still can't understand why we want to see that. Now, this surfaced not too long ago. In the same vein, you may remember, whenever that car went over the side of the entrance to the Fort Pitt Bridge, right there where 65 links up with it. And I was made aware of this today, and somebody sent me a link, and I won't click on it. I don't need to see this. I'll take your word for it. But I want to get into this, and let's talk about this at 866-391-1020, because we talked about it before, and I'm not looking to solve any problems. I'm just looking to maybe pick brains. Why and how and when did we become wired like this? And who do we think the audience is? Really? So it's one thing to go and film something like that. okay, with somebody in a terrible accident, and then you see that they're killed. It's then another thing, if it's not live, and the video I'm talking about is not live apparently. Again, I didn't watch it. It's then another thing to upload it, to hit send, to look at it, to scan it and say, yeah, you know what? This is what the masses want to see. They want to see a terrible, horrific, awful, no good, very bad scene, and they want me to deliver it to them. When did we become twisted to think that there's an actual audience for this? And maybe, look, this is part of the discussion, too. I'm not naive to it at 866-391-1020. Maybe there is an audience for it. Maybe I'm a Pollyanna. Maybe I'm soft. Maybe I'm all that. And whether you know the person or not, it doesn't really change it all that much. But I am still trying, and I scratch my head all the time. When people drive by an accident scene, they see something where people either are in need of help or they may be in need of help. And the first inclination isn't to help or do nothing even. It's to document the situation. Now, it's totally understandable documenting the situation if you're, in fact, in jeopardy, in harm's way. Something ill may happen to you, so as to document it and pass it along, and people have video evidence that something bad happened to you or could have happened to you. But when the dust is all settled and they're cleaning up an accident scene, I just don't know what crawls into people's minds, and they say, let me grab my phone. Let me hit the red circle. Let me then capture that moment where someone is deceased, or you at least know that they're hurt very bad. And then let me hit that red circle again so as to stop recording. And then that's not good enough. Let me now disseminate it to the masses. This is the part, again, that I think is the psychological study in all this. And I'm no psychologist. I'm somebody who is confused as heck. And that's why I'm enlisting your help here with all this. For me, it's the last thing that I do. The last thing that I do. I don't care if there are ducks or geese crossing in front of me. I don't care if there's this or that happening. I just don't feel like reaching for my phone. And particularly if it's a moment of human strife and struggle. If it's something to where somebody has been obviously sent through a very tough time. Or maybe something like this where it's even worse than just a tough time. Is it generational? Is it something where we feel as if we're going to capitalize monetarily by the news houses? I don't know. Again, this is a topic that I'm looking for answers because there's very few things, and I like to fashion myself as somebody who's decently well-read, that I research, that I look at, that I go, okay, I got my finger on this one. Most of the topics I do. This one, again, maybe it's because I'm not psychologically schooled or I'm not, somebody that studied psychology. I am totally lost on it. When you hit that button and you videotape it, then you hit it again and stop videotape and you send it out. Is there an adrenaline rush? Is there a waiting payday? Is there a I'm first and this just feels good? What is that end game? What is that payoff? Because seemingly everything we do in life that is something that is by choice is because it makes us feel a certain way. So I want to talk to you next. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. What's gotten into our brains where this is the reaction now? As always, you can listen to us 100.1 FM AM 1020 KDKA and that Odyssey app that's AUDACY. You can also watch us online. Check out our Metropolitan Window Company, all our platforms. KDKRadio.com. Click on our live stream, and our YouTube page is fantastic. Let's hit traffic now. I'll take your calls next. Hang in there. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Getting reports of an accident at the intersection of Old Oak Drive and Washington Pike in South Fayette Township, as well as an accident on the 1100 block of Freeport Road in O'Hara Township, both of those accidents causing delays. Now taking a look at the major roadways at 515. The Parkway West inbound has heavy congestion. It's backing you up through Robinson Town Center. Further down, traffic restarts around Green Tree Hill as you head towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Also, the Parkway West outbound is jammed in the bathtub region of the city in pockets, while both lanes of the Liberty Tunnel and Fort Duquesne Bridge are stacked as well. Route 28 remains heavily congested inbound from Sharpsburg through Millvale and towards the North Shore approaches. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Burrito, it's fire.
Hi, this is Maya.
And I'm Antonio. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito
is that it fuels our morning.
It's the full package.
You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns for a nice little crunch.
The chicken's always nice. It's crispy, it's juicy. And the cheeses, they melt together in a beautiful way.
And it gives me energy. It's perfect.
Order the Chick-fil-A Hash Brown Scramble Burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Lose weight. Alex Goen patented hypnosis, the only weight loss method in America proven useful by the U.S. Patent Office because it reprograms your subconscious. Engineered to kill cravings, emotional eating, late-night fridge attacks, full on half the food so you lose the weight, no matter what you tried before. Engineered to work. Only $59.99 or your money back. Weight loss seminar is tomorrow. Doubletree by Hilton Green Tree, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking 8 p.m. Come 30 minutes early. Walk-ins welcome. Sign up at alexgoen.com. Goen. That's alexgoen.com.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about my guys from Comer and Cross. If your garage floor is cracked and stained, you already know that it's making your entire garage look bad, and a bad epoxy job makes it look worse. With one easy call to Comer and Cross, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. You can get a quick estimate for a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor that you will love, just like I love mine. Comer and Cross garage floor, gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. In just one day, Comer and Cross will fix all your cracks and pits perfectly. They'll apply the gleaming new Comer and Cross concrete floor you choose. They'll even move your stuff out of the garage for you. Several realtors now say a Comer and Cross garage floor can increase your home's value by up to 10%. With over 2,000 five-star reviews and 50% off installation right now, what are you waiting for? Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR right now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or schedule us at comercross.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just one dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist. I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
All right, here we go. Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk. A look at what's happening, 5:30. David Ballarado.
Collins City Council meets for 6 hours today before giving the mayor a preliminary win for his revitalization vision for downtown Pittsburgh. We'll have more at 5:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Imagine the cost of your cholesterol or cancer medications doubling. Well, it could happen. President Trump wants to slap a 100% tariff on generic drugs coming into the U.S. starting in August of 2028, unless drug makers move production to the U.S. by then. An earnings beat after the close from Alphabet thanks to blowout sales at its cloud computing unit. But Tesla missing Wall Street forecasts, sending shares lower in late trading. Earlier on Wall Street, stocks ended down on jitters about the start of the big tech earnings season and the escalating tensions in Iran, sending oil up to $87 a barrel. The Dow lost 6 points, the S&P down 10, the Nasdaq down 146, 0.5% lower. And to take advantage of the explosion in new AI features, Apple is overhauling its MacBook laptops and iMac desktop computers. Look for the first models out this fall. This report is sponsored by Vanguard Investor Choice, a proxy voting program for eligible Vanguard index funds. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
It's Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
City Council, 6 hours. Wonder how Barb Warwick was able to stay sidetracked from making mean posts about me, calling me this, calling me that, and have a lack of understanding of public records for 6 full hours and lock in on a meeting. Who knows? But 6 hours, that's long. All right, back on task, 866-391-1020. I also need to tell you, do you know someone in your community who's done something extraordinary in the past year? Nominate them right now at KDKRadio.com to be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes event. Social media has made us crazy. I mean, a million times over. But I really do want to know, because this has now happened twice in a short amount of time. Videos have gotten out there from car accidents, fatal car accidents, where the next day I'll wake up and I'll look at them, or in time, I won't look at the videos. But, well, the first one I did, the Fort Pitt Bridge one, and I didn't realize what it was going to show. This one I did not, because I was made aware that it was graphic. What crawls into our brain when we pass an accident scene that you know is horrific, to not just videotape it, but then to disseminate it? Diane's in Gibsonia. Hi, Diane.
Hi there. How are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
Good. I wanted to give you a little information. Neuroscience has proven that the pleasure centers of the brain are very easily stimulated. It could be, a taste like sugar, or the smell of mom's Thanksgiving dinner, or it could be something like clicks and likes.
Mm-hmm.
And there has been documented research that links clicks and likes on social media to an increase of dopamine in the brain. It doesn't matter whether you're sending something out there and look how many people liked my post, or look how many friends I have. It's being seen, it's being recognized, and it does have a documented increase on the dopamine in the brain, and that's what it is.
So clout, social media clout, pretty much, for lack of a better term. Just social media clout in this feeling of being uplifted, put on a pedestal, and being the person who people are paying attention to just as much as the content.
Right. Oh, it's more being recognized than it is content. Because let's face it, how much of that content is worth, anything? Yeah. Most of the content's worthless, but being recognized is everything.
Yeah, it's morbid.
And that's what it is.
It's morbid. And
yeah, well, it is, yeah.
The message...
We have always slowed down to look at the train wreck. But now we have a mechanism for sharing that train wreck with the rest of the world.
You hit it right there. We've always slowed down. You're absolutely right about that. We have always slowed down. But what hasn't happened in the past is our ability to amplify what we saw. 866-391-1020. Keep them coming. What makes us do this? And is there any slowing it down? From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Colin, still getting reports of the accident at the intersection of Old Oak Drive and Washington Pike in South Fayette Township that's causing delays. Now taking a look at the major roadways at 525. The Parkway West inbound has heavy congestion surrounding Green Tree Hill as you head towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Also on the Parkway West outbound, it is jammed in several pockets through downtown approaches and especially as you wrap into the bathtub of the city. Both lanes through the Liberty Tunnel are stacked as well, with Route 28 being heavily congested inbound through Sharpsburg. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The amount of compensation received from a lung cancer or mesothelioma lawsuit varies. But at Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky & White, the goal is simple. Maximize your recovery and ensure you receive the full compensation you deserve. Asbestos manufacturers spent decades concealing the dangers of asbestos exposure, and today, many suffering from lung cancer or mesothelioma are fighting back. You are not alone in this fight. Call GPW today at 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
It is hot. Yep, summer. You know what that means. Summer sales event at Schultz Ford. Check out all those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. And listen, maybe you want to sit in the air conditioner and do your car shopping. That's fine. Right at home, right there in your home office. How about SchultzFord.com? Do that. Then head out to one of those great locations. Customer service cannot be beat. Summer sales event. Get there now. Schultz Ford and SchultzFord.com.
My name is Ariel. When I arrived in the U.S. at 19, I struggled to find job opportunities without my high school diploma. My entire life changed when I took a chance and got my high school diploma at age 22. Everything I have, my education, my career, my marriage, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and my teachers. They were with me every step of the way, helping with my English and math, making sure I pushed through all the challenges.
Ariel, your success proves that what I'm doing as a teacher has real meaning.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Now you're helping others achieve theirs. It inspires me.
Education was the key that unlocked all my opportunities.
When you graduate, they graduate. Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
At Habitat for Humanity, we believe home is where you find peace, stability, and safety. But 1 in 3 people on Earth woke up today without a good home. Let's open the door to opportunity. Visit Habitat.org to learn more. That's Habitat.org.
14 years in prison for killing a young woman. A 15-year sentence for a crash that caused 3 deaths. 12 and a half years for killing a child and critically injuring her mother. All true stories. All caused by marijuana-impaired drivers. No matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So, if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 72 degrees. I'm David Ballarado. The 530 News is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. TrustPJ.com. In a 6-3 vote, City Council has given preliminary approval to creating what's called a TRID, a special zone which captures tax revenues to fund development within it. But the controversy here is this zone would focus on revitalizing downtown, but using money that would also come from parts of the Strip and North Shore. A number of speakers opposing the plan spoke prior to Council's vote in a nearly 6-hour committee meeting today. Barb Warwick was one of the 3 no votes who denounced the lack of broadcast media coverage of the meeting.
A packed City Council meeting talking about $200 million of tax revenue. And WTAE is not here, and WPXI is not here, and KDKA is not here.
The meeting was viewable by the media through its live stream on the city's YouTube channel. Supporters of the TRID say it will help spur badly needed development in downtown, where many office buildings saw increased vacancies as more people shifted to remote work during the pandemic. The Parkway East could reopen sooner than expected after the new Commercial Street Bridge was moved into place earlier this week. PennDOT Secretary Mike Carroll says crews are working around the clock to get the project completed.
We're excited that we are now anticipating reopening the Parkway the middle of next week. In fact, striving to do even better than that if we can make it early next week.
Carroll says he's not declaring a reopening date yet because variables beyond PennDOT's control, like the weather, could affect how the project unfolds. A family in McKeesport is looking for justice and help after one of their pet emus was killed and attacked by a dog. Carol Stroman tells KDKA Radio her 3-year-old Queen Barb was attacked by dogs owned by a neighbor that broke through a fenced-in area where the emus are living, and this happened late Tuesday morning. Barb escaped her fenced-in area but was attacked by the dogs in the street. Barb was put down by McKeesport police after the attack. A woman loses thousands of dollars in a new courthouse scam, and investigators are warning others not to fall for it. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has more.
The Allegheny County Sheriff's Office says the woman got a call from someone claiming to be a deputy, accusing her of missing jury duty and telling her she had active misdemeanor charges. She was instructed to go to the Allegheny County Courthouse and find the PNC Bank ATM inside the treasurer's office. The scammer gave her an 8-digit code for cardless access, then a 4-digit code supposedly identifying her case. She entered both codes, deposited $2,000, and later learned she had been scammed. The sheriff's office says it will never demand payment by phone or ask you to use an ATM, kiosk, gift card, or payment app to clear a warrant or fine. The investigation is ongoing. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow lost 6, the Nasdaq fell 146, the S&P 500 down 10. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing. In extra innings, the Bucks beat the Yankees 5-3 in the first game of their doubleheader. Heard here on KDKA. First pitch of Game 2, 7:05 over on 93.7 The Fan. KDKA Radio News Time 5:32. Our next update at 6. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
This July, celebrate red, white, and blue along with beautifully made custom window treatments from Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory. For over 60 years, Lachina has been manufacturing custom draperies in their own Dormont factory, filled with thousands of yards of quality fabrics. Visit Lachina's Dormont or Wexford showrooms, tour their factory, or schedule free shop-at-home service. From measuring to professional installation, Lachina does it all. Call 412-665-4900 or go to lachinadrapery.com.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father, not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money. And most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and save thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
All right, here we go. Traffic time. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's all powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Colin, still getting reports of the accident at the intersection of Old Oak Drive and Washington Pike in South Fayette Township in that interchange, so something to keep an eye on there. Now taking a look at the major roadways, the Parkway West inbound has heavy congestion. It's backing you up near Robinson Town Center. Traffic restarts around Green Tree Hill as you head towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Also keep an eye on the Parkway West outbound that's jammed in areas of the Bathtub region where both lanes of the Liberty Tunnel are stacked as well. Route 28 remains heavily congested, especially heading towards downtown approaches and towards the North Shore. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It's going to be a cool night tonight under a mainly clear sky, a low of 52. We'll have a good deal of sunshine tomorrow with a high of 76. And the weather looks nice into Friday with intervals of clouds and sun, high 79. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. Recreational marijuana. Are you in? Are you out? The new effort to legalize it.
All right, 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDK, and WAMA. We're all partnering together to support Pittsburgh public school students for the school year. We're going to give them some backpacks with some stuff in them, right? So, hashtag Pittsburgh for PPS. That's our back-to-school event for all of those wonderful young people. You can support by purchasing backpacks, dropping them off at the location near you. Check out the details, kdkradio.com. Oh, let me interject something real quick. You're going to see a story. It's already out there. It kind of ran this morning in the Trib. It's on Channel 11. They picked it up, a couple other places, where they went and they're trying to – this is where very few things are – neutral. So they're trying to tell you, and look, a study's a study, right? That a big study was done by the Keystone Research Center. You want to go, oh, what's that? Some think tank in Harrisburg, right? The Keystone Research Center. And it's going to tell you just how much this paid leave, 18-week nonsense, is going to save the county in the long run, how great it's going to be, and how wonderful it is for all the employers. Happier moms, this, that, and the other thing. Okay, I read all of it. First of all, they talked to no one who owns a small business. But here's the inside baseball quotient of all of it. If you do 2 clicks on the Keystone Research Center's website, the Keystone Research Center locally is headed by Jake Pollock. Remember that fella's name? He's a noted big-time Democrat and Innamorato backer. He's the former deputy mayor under Ed Gainey, former chief of staff for Senator Matt Smith. Tell the whole story, because you know who does? I do. If you want to commission an independent study, commission an independent study and serve it to us. Don't call up Jake Pollock, who wears Innamorato, waves Innamorato pom-poms, and say, hey, fashion up a study for us and make it sound like this thing is fantastic. He's the same guy who defended Mayor Gainey's last budget as being balanced, while the new mayor, also a Democrat, found they were tens of millions of dollars short. I wouldn't trust Jake Pollock's math. I just wouldn't. So, you want to do an independent study? Do an independent study. Jake Pollock has his thumb on the scale like a rogue meat cutter at Shop and Save. 866-391-1020 is that number. So don't fall for it. Don't fall for it at all. Back to the whole situation going on with videotaping, right? I woke up today and I had seen yesterday that terrible, terrible fatal accident on 279. And that's just something that is not good. And I saw it today and people were saying, hey, don't watch this video. Hey, don't watch this video. And I'm not going to watch it. And it's now the second time in short order where people have been compelled to videotape and disseminate, put on social media, whether it's Facebook, Facebook Live, Instagram, whatever. Just gory, awful moments One happened at the Fort Pitt Bridge, where 65 comes in, when there was that fatality, when the guy went over the side. We still haven't got all of that information on that accident, have we? And then this one. And I was wondering, what trickles into people's minds? Why do they feel compelled to do this? What audience do they think they're reaching? And a woman just called not too long ago, and she's very schooled in psychological things. And she said it's a dopamine release. It's a look at me, look at me, look at me. And people feel belonging by that. They feel a certain sense of a focus on them, and they thrive on that. That's sort of sick, sorted and twisted and odd, but I guess I can understand it. It's just too much for me. Social media's gotten crazy with this. Helen's in Forest Hills. Hi, Helen.
Hi. Why do people buy the National Enquirer?
They don't anymore. When's the last time you seen a National Enquirer? But I know what you're saying.
Okay. Why do people look out their windows and spy on their neighbors continuously?
To make sure that their wife isn't with that neighbor. No, I'll tell you exactly why, Helen. They do that, but this is a different ballgame. Sometimes the things that you just said, they don't necessarily amplify them for other people. This is where social media is crazy, in so much as we used to do all these things. Crane our neck at a car accident, a train wreck, we'd stop and look. But now we have the ability not just to look for ourselves, but to pass that on to someone else. And that's where it's gotten weird. All right, I'll ask you straight away. And this is a good question at 866-391-1020, if I do say so myself. You go in Paul Miller's law, be damned. So you go by a car accident. You go by something where it's down to one lane, or you stop for a while. And it's not your run-of-the-mill fender bender, okay? It's something that's pretty bad and you can tell right away. What do you do? Do you tape it? Do you go ahead and just look? Do you look away? Do you try hard to look away but can't help yourself? Now, I'll answer it for you. What I do, I definitely don't bring my... I definitely don't video or audio tape it or anything like that. What I do, though, is I tell myself, don't look. Oh, it's terrible. But invariably, without question, as I'm going past, I will take a peek. That's happened. That happens for sure. And I can't help myself. But I won't amplify it and send it to the masses. That's something that is just too much for me. But it feels like increasingly amount of people, and I buy what that woman said to me earlier. They want to be noticed. It's not even the content. It's not the particulars of the content. It doesn't matter what it is, whether it's a cute kangaroo or a fatal car accident. They want to be seen as the person who delivered that. And now I guess this is what social media has become. It used to be that was the job, and people had editors, of people who worked for news houses. And there was an editor, and it had to go through a process, and you go from there. And that was a cameraman, a professional one. Now we're all able to capture those scenes without an editor and without any sort of clearinghouse before we push it out to the masses. And I guess I just talked myself into what that process has become. But it is tough for me to understand what that caller said just a little bit ago, where somebody actually feels this euphoria when people visit their site or go to them or they see the hits accumulate, when it's something that gory, that terrible, that awful, and that final for someone else. 866-391-1020 is the number. We're out of here. Short show in just a couple minutes. I need to tell you first, though, demand that yellow van. ServiceMaster, Greater Pittsburgh. Storms, man, they rolled through just the past couple days. So when water gets in and these summer storms hit Pittsburgh hard, it can cause serious damage and fast. water gets in through your roof, your windows, even your basement. And once it does, it spreads and quickly. ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh, the trusted local team for fast water extraction, drying, and full restoration. Demand that yellow van. That's 412-RECOVER is the number. 412-RECOVER. The best call to make in the worst situation possible. 412-RECOVER. Demand that yellow van. ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh. Let's hit traffic now. All right, PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Getting reports of an accident at the intersection of West Hardee's Road and North Pioneer Road in Hampton Township that is causing delays, as well as an accident at the intersection of Old Oak Drive in Washington Pike and South Fayette Township. Now taking a look at the major roadways at 545. Route 28 outbound is still slow leaving and entering the city, and Liberty Tunnel approaches are slow as well, continuing to see those lingering delays. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. All the time I'm talking about auto accidents, big crashes, big wrecks. Call 1-800-GET-PHIL or 412-281-5005. Look, Phil DeLucente and Associates, they're in Pittsburgh. They give free, that's right, free consultations. Phil and Ken Nolan, his partner, handle auto cases. I've worked with them a lot. So call 1-800-GET-PHIL. Call Ken Nolan and Phil DeLucente now at 1-800-GET-PHIL today. They're the best, folks.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand, so shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
This report brought to you by Capital One.
Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts, and Capital One cafes are open 7 days a week to assist with your banking needs. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guy. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Hey guys, Precision Pointing, an amazing company, amazing crew of workers, amazing craftsmanship. I've been talking about them for quite some time now, and I'm not going to stop talking about them because they're that good. If you've got a masonry project that you need done, like brick pointing, chimney repair, anything else, well, I can't say enough good things about them after I saw them work their magic on my own home. No down payment required. That's crazy. A guarantee on all of their work. Who does that? Precision Pointing does. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Pittsburgh, are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen. A tribute to Queen is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 18th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets and don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, live. We'll see you there.
All right, Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers at Asbestos Litigation Research, or Pioneers at Asbestos Litigation News Desk. Here's a look at what's going on with David Ballarado at the top of the hour. Hi, David.
They're playing a game of Beat the Clock, but they're doing it without even being in Harrisburg. We'll have the details coming up at 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
React
reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, I can't get past this story from Tamira. There are certain stories you don't know whether to laugh or cry. And this is one of them. And I'll grab your calls in a minute. But I heard this earlier today, and I went, actually, I read it soon after I woke up, and I went, wait a minute. This can't be. The scammer had people actually go to the place where there's a lot of law enforcement. And then I went, yeah, that's how it played out. Listen to Tamira.
The Allegheny County Sheriff's Office says the woman got a call from someone claiming to be a deputy, accusing her of missing jury duty and telling her she had active misdemeanor charges. She was instructed to go to the Allegheny County Courthouse and find the PNC Bank ATM inside the treasurer's office. The scammer gave her an 8-digit code for cardless access, then a 4-digit code supposedly identifying her case. She entered both codes, deposited $2,000, and later learned she had been scammed. The Sheriff's Office says it will never demand payment by phone or ask you to use an ATM, kiosk, gift card, or payment app to clear a warrant or fine. The investigation is ongoing. Tamira, Rush News Radio, KDKA.
Thank you, Tamira. Can you imagine the gall you have to pull, and I hope they catch this person like ASAP, to pull off a scam that involves sending the person right outside the door where they could walk in and go, hey, is this a scam or not? And they did it. Now, one can deduce, is this somebody that's elderly? Is it somebody that's not all that up and up on technology? All that kind of stuff. Who knows? But the gall of the person to say, hey, I'm going to pull off this scam. Well, where are you sending them? To a bank machine out in the middle of nowhere? I don't know. Sending them to Aleppo or something? No, we sent them to the bank machine that's right outside the finance office, right down the hall from where a bunch of sheriffs will be hanging out. You think that's a good idea? Oh, heck yeah. That'll make them buy it. It sure did. But, man, I hope they catch that person. Mike's in Beaver. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Colin, how you doing this afternoon?
I've never been better.
Good. The first-time caller, but I just want to reiterate on what you were talking about earlier. I'm a retired volunteer firefighter. I had over 40 years, and people taking videos and stuff. I've seen some gruesome stuff over the years, and believe me, Joe Public would not want to deal with that. Burned people in accidents. You know what it's like pulling a body out of the river after it's been in the water for 3 months?
No, I don't.
I'll
take your word for it. Yeah.
It's not a very pretty sight, but nevertheless, it's just. I guess the words in the dictionary, these people are jack-offs, in my opinion.
Jag-offs, yes. I don't really use that word all that much. They use it a lot from 10 to 2.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just saying, it's just something Joe Public, really, they would not want to see that.
I know. And that's the part that I don't understand, why people, they not only see it, Mike, but then they feel the need to re-platform it and get it out to everybody. That leaves me scratching my head from a societal standpoint that why is there this assumption that others want to see it? But apparently there's an audience for it.
Well, I can recall instances that happened 30-plus years ago that still stick in my mind. Lay in bed at night and smell that just, believe me, I don't know how else to explain it, but it's just, Joe Public, trust me, they would puke like a billy goat if they had to deal with that.
Yeah. Man, well, sorry you had to go through all that, but I appreciate all that you've done for the public. That's kind of an interesting way to dismount today. Just a short show, and we're going to get out of here. But, yeah, it baffles me. I'll always scratch my head. I'll not understand the first inclination. And here's the other thing. A lot of people who do this, they're otherwise like normal, regularly functioning citizens who you think are, have regular jobs, all that kind of stuff. But car accident, even a fatal one that's real bad. First inclination, let me grab my phone. Let me document it. Where are you putting that? Social media. Who wants to see it? Well, certainly people want to see it. Yeah, I don't know if that's the case. It's something I could do without. And I'm glad I didn't look at the videos that people were talking about today. All right, full show tomorrow. Excited for that. We'll have State Attorney General Dave Sunday on and various other great things. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Route 28 outbound is still slow leaving the city, and Liberty Tunnel approaches are slowed and continuing to see lingering delays inbound to the tunnel. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Nest Expressions Window Fashion's greatest summer promotion. Free motorization on silhouette and pirouette shades going on right now. 1-888-952-NEST or nestexpressions.com.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
In the United States, a vehicle is stolen every 31 seconds, about as long as this message. Luckily, you can take a few easy steps to protect your car in the same amount of time. Remove your valuables, roll up your windows, don't leave your car running unattended, lock your doors, and take your keys or fob. If you have information about a crime, call the police. If you suspect insurance fraud, contact NICB at reportinsurancefraud.org. A public service message from the National Insurance Crime Bureau.
Mommy, can I sit in the front seat just this one time? Please, please, please.
No, not yet.
But why?
Because I love you, and you're just not ready yet. Now, get in the back so I can get you in your car seat, please.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
My name is Ariel. When I arrived in the U.S. at 19, I struggled to find job opportunities without my high school diploma. My entire life changed when I took a chance and got my high school diploma at age 22. Everything I have, my education, my career, my marriage, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and my teachers. They were with me every
and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 72 degrees at 6 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. The driver of an SUV who was killed in that crash on the Parkway North yesterday has now been identified. State police say 54-year-old Joseph Sasso of Gibsonia was confirmed dead at the scene after the vehicle he was driving was hit head-on by a tractor-trailer on I-279. The driver of the tractor-trailer was taken to hospital for treatment. No other information has been released. The clock is ticking, and unless the State House reconvenes and votes on a bill already passed by the Senate, hundreds of inmates who have been convicted of second-degree murder could seek new sentences very soon. That's because Friday is when the stay issued by the state Supreme Court is set to expire. Republican State Senator Devlin Robinson.
1,100 people from across the state could be released on second-degree murder charges, and 128 of those individuals were sentenced in Allegheny County alone. So, I just think that we're playing games with public safety, and I don't think that, we should be playing those games.
The bill passed by the Senate would set up a range with a minimum of at least 35 years in prison for second-degree murder and a maximum of life imprisonment. House Speaker Mike Johnson took a victory lap on Capitol Hill today after lawmakers passed a series of bills, including one to fund the government through December 4th, a budget resolution funding defense, intelligence, and farm aid, in addition to components of the Republican election overhaul effort called the Save America Act, and passage of the Stop Insider Trading Act, which bans members of Congress from trading individual stocks.
Despite nearly every Democrat voting against everything I just read you, House Republicans delivered.
Hours after he attended the dignified transfer of 4 service members who were killed in action last weekend, President Trump traveled to Georgia to tout his Trump accounts for children. The investment accounts offer $1,000 in government funding to every child born during his second term, if the family opts into having an account. That money gets invested and contributions can be made yearly up to $5,000.
In the past 18 days, nearly $1.5 billion have been deposited into the Trump accounts. Think of that. The money is pouring in, and it's for children and all sorts of advantages and tax advantages for the people that do it and make this investment in our future.
Some parents say they're still waiting for that money to arrive. St. Vincent College is preparing to welcome the Steelers and the team's fans to training camp in just 1 week. On the Big K Morning Show today, college president Father Paul Taylor said not all the fans who travel to Latrobe are local.
They come from Scotland, Australia. They come from Germany. They come from Mexico. A ton of people from Mexico come. From Canada. They come from all over, and we remember them each year.
Attending training camp is free, but fans still must register to get a free ticket to attend the public practices. On Wall Street today, the markets all closed down today. The Dow lost 6 points, the Nasdaq fell more than 146 points, and the S&P 500 dropped just over 10. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. The Pirates take Game 1 of today's doubleheader against the Yankees, beating the Bronx Bombers 5-3. Jake Mangum helping the cause in the 10th.
Ball poked into left center. That's down for a base hit. Cook reads it, and he's going to be sent from third. Throw is offline. Cook is in scoring, and Triolo gets to third. Great base running by the Pirates on the RBI hit by Mangum. It's 5-3 Buccos in the 10th in New York.
Game 2 tonight at 7:05. KDK Radio News Time 6:03. Time to call Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman with One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 for health insurance that could save you thousands. It is currently 72 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDKA, AAA traffic, and the AccuWeather forecast next.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
It is a gorgeous evening in Pittsburgh, 72 degrees, wow, low humidity, beautiful. So let's check traffic for you at 6:06 in the evening from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Logan, our blaster. Logan?
Michael, there's reports of a collision at the intersection of West Hardee's Road and North Pioneer Road in Hampton Township, with crews on the scene of the accident that's causing delays, so be careful when you're traveling around that area. Now taking a look at the major roadways at 6:06. The Parkway West outbound is improving gradually through downtown approaches. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Under a mainly clear sky tonight, it is going to be cool with a low of 52. We'll have a fair amount of sunshine throughout tomorrow with a high of 76, and then mainly clear and comfortable tomorrow night with a low of 56. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Welcome back, Michael Bartley. Glad to step in here at 6:08 in the Berg. I'm here till 9 o'clock. Let's see, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. We have a lot to talk about in the next couple of hours. Yes, indeed. You know what? At 8 o'clock, I'm interviewing this Little League All-Star team. They played cities that are sponsored by their respective Major League Baseball teams. This one was sponsored by the Pirates. And guess what? They're in the International World Series. They have to play China, Mexico, all those teams, and they're heading down to Louisiana. And they're from Pittsburgh neighborhoods. I'm gonna get their coach on and a spokesperson from the Pirates. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. John Leonard, who's the Pittsburgh Pirates manager of youth baseball. Little League is a phenomenon in communities. People love participating in it. Boys and girls. Parents, volunteerism. It's truly an amazing thing. And I want to talk about that in a couple of hours. It's great. We're going to talk about, it was a very emotional scene today as the president attended the dignified transfer of 4 service members to Dover. And I don't know. I don't know about you, but Iran seems to be digging in. We're digging in, more threats, all that type stuff. And I just wonder if you see an off-ramp here, if you see things easing up. I don't right now. All right, but first off, stop pretending that PennDOT doesn't deserve a lot of credit. I'm telling you, this is incredible what I heard today. Yeah. Yep. The PennDOT secretary comes in from Harrisburg, and he says, this bridge project is the most impressive bridge project I've ever seen in Pennsylvania. This really is an immaculate construction. Love it. And he's right. He's right. I mean, you have to give it up for PennDOT. All we do is yell at them over the years. That's what we do. A 22 million pound commercial street bridge slid in 102 feet into place. No problems. Nothing. They have to do some redecking, that kind of stuff. You know, some of the surface to connect the roadway to the bridge, all that type stuff. Minor. And then they say that, you know, this wasn't supposed to be back open until, you know, early August, and we might be able to get in there as early as Monday. They said Wednesday, but it could come earlier. This is incredible. This is amazing. Let's hear from PennDOT Secretary Mike Carroll.
We have all witnessed firsthand what I consider a stunning engineering achievement. This really is an immaculate construction. It really is. We're excited that we are now anticipating reopening the Parkway the middle of next week. In fact, striving to do even better than that if we can make it early next week.
That's hard to believe, isn't it? And look, everybody was all bent out of shape and nervous and all this type stuff. The Parkway is going to be closed for 25 days. It's the end of the world. I remember being live in Oakland on the first day, the first rush hour, and there was not much traffic at all. And there still isn't. Okay, there have been a couple sessions on the local detours going through Homestead, Regent Square, all that type stuff. And, you know, but if there are any hiccups at all, they were minor. What is it about this? I'm seeing less traffic for when the Parkway was open. On the detours and everything else. People have figured a way. Now, when I say give it up for PennDOT, I say give it up for you as well. And I'm sure you're driving home from work right now. People have been very, very patient. And PennDOT gave you a lot of credit today. And you know who else? There are people. There are some punching bags in our society. PennDOT is one of them. You know what else is? The media. Well, I give it up for the media too. And I think this radio station, we have gone on and given you everything you need to know. And I'll tell you something. I give it up for PennDOT's Jason Zhang. He this guy has been so available at every turn. The access for the media has been incredible. If they kept us at bay, there'd be more questions than answers. But they were transparent. They've been transparent. They've been open. They have given us the information day in and day out. And the detours, again, with a few minor delays, have worked out very well. Don't forget. They said 25 days or 4 years. 25 days or 4 years. And now it looks like it could be 20 days or fewer. I'm telling you, you got to give it up. I mean, this is unbelievable. It really is. The engineering is something to marvel at. And I just think, they've been working 12-hour shifts, 24 hours a day, Monday through Sunday. It's been incredible. Give credit where credit is due. And don't worry, I get frustrated all the side streets. I mean, Pittsburgh Water and Sewer, they're doing all these stuff on every single street in the city. There's traffic there, and there's and resurfacing in Oakland in every single neighborhood. But I'll tell you what, and we get impatient. It feels like every street in this region is being worked on right now, doesn't it? It does. But don't get frustrated at PennDOT about the Parkway East closure. Give them some credit. Give them some credit, because I am. Way to go. All right, it's 6:15. Speaking of driving, let's check traffic. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Hello, Logan.
Thanks, Michael. Taking a look at the major roadways, because there is no traffic collisions being reported. Everything's looking mainly clear, although there is some areas of backup on the Parkway West outbound, but it is improving gradually throughout the region and the metro overall through downtown approaches. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Alex Goen patented hypnosis. Lose weight, destroy cravings, late day binges, stress eating, no hunger, no willpower. Only $59.99 or your money back. In town tomorrow. Sign up at alexgoen.com. That's alexgoen.com.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
When summer heat hits, the right replacement windows will help your home feel more comfortable. At PJ Fitzpatrick, you get American-made, energy-efficient windows that are beautiful, affordable, and built to last. That's PJ Fitzpatrick, backed by 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and a lifetime materials and labor guarantee. Schedule your free design consultation at trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Every year, almost 30,000 babies in America are born with birth injuries. It's every parent's worst nightmare. If your child suffered a birth injury, please call our firm to find out if we can help.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It is 6:19 from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk. Here's a look ahead at the 6:30 news in the newsroom. David Ballarado. David?
Michael, a preliminary win for the mayor in his pursuit for a new vision of downtown Pittsburgh, but not without some very vocal objections. We'll have more coming up at 6:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. AAA says prices at the gas pump rose again today, now averaging $4.06 a gallon for regular nationwide. Meantime, rising hostilities in the Middle East sent oil up to around $87 a barrel, a one-month high, while President Trump is now threatening to strike civilian targets in Iran, bridges, and power plants if Iran attacks tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. An earnings beat late today from Alphabet thanks to blowout cloud computing sales that offset a slight slump in ad revenue at its search engine. And Tesla posted an earnings loss hurt by lower EV prices and more spending on AI. Earlier on Wall Street, stocks ended lower. The Dow lost 6, the S&P lost 10, the Nasdaq down 146 points. And mortgage applications up 2% last week, even though interest rates rose to 6.7% according to the National Bankers Association. This report is sponsored by Vanguard Investor Choice, a proxy voting program for eligible Vanguard index funds. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Okay, welcome back. Michael Bartley on this Wednesday evening. It is 6:20, 72 degrees out. It's a gorgeous night. I just got a note from David Ballarado, our news guy, our news anchor in the newsroom. He reminds me, because I congratulate Jason Zhang and all of PennDOT. But he said give credit also to John Myler, who is the project manager. Absolutely. Congratulations to you two. I'll tell you something. People have never seen anything like this before. And, no wonder it's a national story and will be documented as an engineering marvel. There's no question about it. No question about it. So give them all credit. We have a lot to talk about tonight, but there's another story that there's some stories during the day that, just stop in your tracks. And that's the story of the former Democratic state representative Jesse White, who's in federal custody tonight. He collected, allegedly, more than 100 files, searching the dark web using encrypted accounts. This is the allegations. To gather child pornography. I don't understand that. I don't know this guy, but I don't understand it. I just don't. He was arrested on federal child pornography crimes, a number of charges. Unbelievable. And this is it's so depressing to me. I don't know. When agents looked at photos associated with the tip, they said they saw a nude boy who would be 5 or 6 years old. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I'm not a psychiatrist. I just don't get it. And do any of you watch the show 2020? I watched it last Friday evening, and I've been haunted ever since. It was the story. I covered this story in Minnesota, 1989. 11-year-old Jacob Wetterling. And the slime bag pig, scum of the earth, wasn't caught until 25 years later. And he made a deal with prosecutors. Listen, you may remember this story. It's a long time ago, 1989. But it was national news every single night. The whole state of Minnesota, everybody was looking for this kid. And this pig grabbed him up at gunpoint off his bike, took him into the woods and assaulted him and killed him, shot him twice. And I don't understand. Do you know the most haunting thing that the parents said, and God love them, the Wetterlings, they're out there right now working so hard on behalf of children. But the murderer, on behalf of, he had to tell them what happened to get his 20-year prison sentence. And he said that the kid uttered, "What did I do wrong?" before he killed him. An 11-year-old boy. I don't know. Sometimes in life, I don't get child porn. I don't understand how someone can hurt a child. I don't understand it. And I don't understand how someone can hurt a senior citizen. I don't get it. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting old and things are affecting me differently or something now, but how could anybody hurt a child like that? And then child pornography, what the hell is it? I mean, I guess I should ask a psychiatrist, why would anybody allegedly collect photos like that? That is the most disgusting, reprehensible thing I've ever heard of. For what part? Listen, maybe life's passing me by. I don't know. But boy, I saw red on that today. Naked photos of little kids. What the hell is wrong with these people? What is this? What is it? And the guy that killed that Jacob Wetterling in Minnesota, that story on Friday night, I can't get it off my mind. And we've had similar cases here. Don't kid yourself. Absolutely, we have. All I'm saying is, I hope Jacob Wetterling's killer, and I hope people who take pictures of and violate children, I hope, and God can punish me for this, and I don't care, I hope that in the next life, they're burning on fire into eternity. Because it's the most violating, disgusting thing. My God almighty. All right. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. I'm going to get off my soapbox, but come on. This is so disgusting. It truly is. And then, parents, look out for your kids. There is true evil in this world. True, unadulterated evil. Believe me. 866-391-1020. Michael Bartley, I'll be right back.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Ariel. When I arrived in the U.S. at 19, I struggled to find job opportunities without my high school diploma. My entire life changed when I took a chance and got my high school diploma at age 22. Everything I have, my education, my career, my marriage, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and my teachers. They were with me every step of the way, helping with my English and math, making sure I pushed through all the challenges.
Ariel, your success proves that what I'm doing as a teacher has real meaning.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Now you're helping others achieve theirs. It inspires me.
Education was the key that unlocked all my opportunities.
When you graduate, they graduate. Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page, or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 72 degrees at 6:30. I'm David Ballarado. News is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. For your home's windows, siding, doors, and bath, trust PJ.com. In a meeting that lasted nearly 6 hours today, a divided city council voted 6-3 to give preliminary approval to a key part of the mayor's plans to revitalize downtown. It's using what's called a TRID. That's a government term for using new tax revenues in a certain zone to help fund new developments within it. While the developments are focused on downtown, the proposed zone, however, stretches into the Strip District and part of the North Shore. Councilmember Deb Gross was one of the no votes.
So the investment boundary for your proposal is the Central Business District. The state law says that the value capture area should be the downtown Central Business District.
Kahari Mosley and Barb Warwick also voted no, citing concerns raised by City Controller Rachel Heisler about taking millions of dollars in revenue away from the city and pouring it into a TRID, which could have a lifespan of up to 40 years. If council gives final approval, the proposal still must get the blessing of the county, the Pittsburgh Public Schools, and Pittsburgh Regional Transit. State police have now identified the man who was killed in that wrong-way crash along the Parkway North that shut down a major stretch of the highway for hours. Investigators say 54-year-old Joseph Sasso of Gibsonia was killed when the driver of a tractor-trailer lost control of his rig, crossed the median, and then swerved into Sasso's SUV rather in the northbound lanes. The 70-year-old driver of that truck, a Slippery Rock man whose name has not been released, is hospitalized with injuries he suffered in the crash. The Commercial Street Bridge project is still ahead of schedule, as we hear in this report from News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush.
With the Parkway East on track to reopen by the middle of next week, Transportation Secretary Mike Carroll says the project deserves a comparison that only Pittsburgh would appreciate.
We have all witnessed firsthand what I consider a stunning engineering achievement. This really is an immaculate construction. It really is.
Carroll says that teamwork has kept the project on schedule, with the Parkway East expected to reopen to motorists by the middle of next week. Reporting from the Commercial Street Bridge project, I'm Tamira Rush on News Radio 1020 KDKA.
Stocks closed lower today. The Dow dropped 6 points. The Nasdaq fell 146. The S&P 500 down 10. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. In extra innings, the Bucks beat the Yankees 5-3 in the first game of their doubleheader, heard here on KDKA. First pitch of Game 2 is at 7:05 on 93.7 The Fan. Bubba Chandler gets the start. KDK Radio News Time 6:32. Our next update at 7. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by Lenseek.
Google is looking to siphon off users from Pinterest with Google Images, a redesigned search engine that Google says is a place for discovery and inspiration, with search results returning photos, how-to videos, and even links to Pinterest. There's also a reverse image search so users can upload images and locate the source online, while another feature lets users know which images are created or edited with AI. I'm Jason Brooks.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. Lenseek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. Lenseek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lenseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Hey, it's Pony back to talk about my guys from Comer and Cross. If your garage floor is cracked and stained, you already know that it's making your entire garage look bad, and a bad epoxy job makes it look worse. With one easy call to Comer and Cross, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. You can get a quick estimate for a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor that you will love, just like I love mine. A Comer and Cross garage floor, gold standard. It is guaranteed. The never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. In just one day, Comer & Cross will fix all your cracks and pits perfectly. They'll apply the gleaming new Comer & Cross concrete floor you choose. They'll even move your stuff out of the garage for you. Several realtors now say a Comer & Cross garage floor can increase your home's value by up to 10%. With over 2,000 five-star reviews and 50% off installation right now, what are you waiting for? Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR right now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or schedule us at COMERcross.com.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
Okie dokie, it's 6:35 on this Wednesday evening from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. It's KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's head in and get a live report from Logan Arblaster. Logan?
All right, thanks, Michael. Lingering delays remain on a few key routes, but the afternoon rush is fully broken up across the city with AAA traffic. I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It's going to be a cool night tonight under a mainly clear sky, a low of 52. We'll have a good deal of sunshine tomorrow with a high of 76. And the weather looks nice into Friday with intervals of clouds and sun, high 79. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options, the Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of feller who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money. And most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and saved thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. Recreational marijuana. Are you in? Are you out? The new effort to legalize it.
Okay, welcome back. 6:38 on this Wednesday evening. Gorgeous evening in Pittsburgh. Absolutely. Let me tell you something. Yeah, there's evil in this world. Parents, there are demonic slime pigs that are after your kids. Yep, absolutely. I'm gonna take a call on it. I once I get going on it, I can't stop. I just, because I don't understand it. I just don't. I don't know how people would hurt a child. I don't get it. My, oh my. 866-391-1020. Laura in Ambridge. Laura, it's good to have you back. Hi, Laura.
Hi, Michael. Thank you for taking my call again.
Sure.
It's interesting that you were just talking about the Jacob Wetterling case. I had just been listening to a podcast about it last night, and I had to turn it off after the second episode because it was just horrible. I couldn't imagine.
I have a friend who I texted Friday night, and I said, "Are you watching 2020?" And he said, "I can't do it. I turned it off." And because I think people, I would hope people wouldn't turn it off, because I think no matter how painful the story, parents need to know that there are slime bag pigs after their kids, want to hurt them, want to rape them, and want to kill them, and that's the truth. And don't confuse me with someone who's afraid to talk about it. That kid was 11 years old. He was in the 5th grade, and that pig handcuffed him, and you know the rest of the story. And that what haunts me the most is that little boy looked at his murderer and said, "What did I do wrong?" He probably thought the guy was a cop. You know what I mean? This is what predators do. And
And you know what the most disgusting part about that whole thing was? The fact that he only got 20 years in prison.
Me too. Absolutely true.
And I love our country. Don't get me wrong. I understand, what our founding fathers envisioned when they created our legal system.
Of
but
course.
It's a shame that I couldn't be a defense attorney. I couldn't imagine looking at that Daniel Heinrich in the face, having to hear all that, and then cutting him a good plea deal for the horrible things that he did to that kid.
I know why prosecutors did it, because they needed the information to give that little boy's family. I get it, I do. But because of the statute of limitations and up on the assault on the other kid, all this type stuff, but he wouldn't. Otherwise, he wasn't going to tell them where this little boy was buried and how he raped him and murdered him. And then now at least the family has some satisfaction. They can mourn this child. And listen, don't be fooled. We've had terrible, awful child abuse cases here in Western Pennsylvania. Horrible. I've covered many of them, and then I'm thinking today about this guy arrested, the former legislator, for child pornography. I just don't understand. I don't get it. I don't understand how someone can hurt a child. I don't get it.
And you know what is most disturbing is just how rampant it was. I mean, rampant it is. Sorry. But, you had Jesse White today, and what was it last week? That Homestead man got caught up in that international case.
Absolutely.
The same thing.
Yeah, I know. Same thing. Same thing. There's a big crackdown, obviously, on it. And, I these little boys and little girls, I'm not afraid to talk about it, because I think parents, I think they need to know that the devil lives amongst us. I do. And I'm going to tell you another thing. Laura, I was thinking to myself when I went to bed Friday night watching that Jacob Wetterling deal, and I was tossing and turning thinking about that little boy in the woods, and he kept telling the guy, "I'm cold, can I go home?" And I thought, if and I don't care anymore. If people, you judge me all you want, but I just don't care. And I'm in church every Sunday of my life, but I'll be damned if I'm not for the death penalty. That guy in Minnesota, and there are people here, I would love to see them put to death for hurting and raping kids. I can't help it.
Oh, no, I completely agree, Michael. And you know what? If they're not going to do the death penalty, I wish they would just stop giving these people the protective custody or whatever. Just throw them in Gen Pop and let nature take its course. That's what I say.
I'm okay with that. I am. I'm thinking to myself, I know this is maybe crazy, and I overreacted. I don't know, but go to the same woods where he tortured that child and murdered him, and tie him to a tree and let the animals do whatever they want and make them starve to death. I can't help it. I can't. I cannot.
That's exactly what I thought. I thought about doing it to him myself.
And then
I just can't. 20 years in prison.
And listen, that smug son of a bitch. Did you see his face? He was half smiling in his in his his picture in the jail. That guy is the devil incarnate. Put him to death. I tell you, and
you know what? And he had done it time and time again. Like, unfortunately, Jacob wasn't the first boy. There was that Jared kid.
I know, and Jacobs wasn't the first kid, and he's not going to be the last. We've had examples here, and 25 years went by while that scumbag slob lived his life pretending he didn't do anything while Jacob's parents suffered. This life, I don't get it. I don't get it. I just don't get it.
I don't get it either, Michael.
Me neither. And then I look and see this guy today, this bum, white, who allegedly collects child pornography pictures. What the hell is wrong? What is going on in this world? I don't get it. I just don't. Listen, Laura, thanks for the call. I'm sorry I'm on my soapbox.
No, it's okay. I'm right up there with you. I don't understand. I don't know why it's so rampant. It disturbs me to my core.
Me too. Laura, thanks for the call. Mary, I'm going to get to you next. I'll be back. Now, from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's head over to Logan.
Thanks, Michael. Lingering delays remain on a few key routes, but the afternoon rush is fully broken up across the city, and the roadways are looking clear in the Pittsburgh Metro. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Why would a guy in financial services pick a fight with the financial industry? Because in many cases, the system they built works more for them than it does for you. Tune in for a new kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler. Now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathy Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at progressive.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Okay, it's 6:49 from the Goldberg, Persky, and White pioneers in asbestos litigation news desk. Here's a look ahead at the 7 o'clock news in the newsroom. David Ballarado.
Michael, it's almost like being told to steal clothes out of your neighbor's laundry and then knock on their door wearing them. Scammers claim that someone claimed to be from the sheriff's office convinced the victim to get money out of an ATM that's located just footsteps away from the sheriff's office. We'll have more coming up at 7, right here on News Radio KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The FDA late today issuing an alert about a new outbreak of cyclospora, but says it has not yet identified which products this parasite is linked to. Earlier, after seeing a sharp drop in customers, Taco Bell, ground zero for the original outbreak that had sickened over 4,000 Americans in 41 states, unveiled a lettuce-free stuffed tortilla for just $1, trying to lure customers back. Some jitters today on Wall Street about rising oil prices and the start of big tech earnings that came after the bell. That's when Tesla missed earnings forecast, IBM cut its full-year sales outlook, but Alphabet beat forecast thanks to its cloud computing unit. Earlier, the Dow was down 6 points, the S&P down 10, the Nasdaq down 146, and oil up to $87 a barrel. And the UK's Guardian paper says Amazon founder Jeff Bezos is in talks to acquire a stake in the Liverpool Football Club. This report is sponsored by Vanguard Investor Choice, a proxy voting program for eligible Vanguard index funds. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back. Michael Bartley with you, 866-391-1020. I'll be here till 9 o'clock. Okie dokie. Let's get back. I know a lot of people want to talk tonight. Mary in Pittsburgh. Mary, you're on KDK. Hi, Mary.
Hey, Michael. How are you?
Okie dokie.
Good. I saw that 2020, and it's been on my mind ever since.
I can't.
And
It's haunting me. I can't stop.
I don't know if the plea deal is worth knowing a location because, I would believe that God already has my kid, and there's nothing I can do, and he can't do it to anybody else if he's dead. The guy.
Yeah.
And I say no deal. Like, no, gotta go.
Mary, I tell you,
I don't know.
You know, my religion tells me not to be for the death penalty, but guess what? I'm not honoring that. I want
you
him.
And me both.
I want him dead, thinking of that boy in the woods, and naked and in handcuffs, saying, "What did I do wrong?" And that show, that Deborah Roberts, who works for ABC, she's married to Al Roker, I think. She did a wonderful job with that story, and I know a lot of producers worked on it. But those parents, God love them. But I think people, and I know it was very, Mary, I don't know if you'll agree, but it was very tough to watch. I closed my eyes at some point. But at the end of the day, I think we need to watch it, because don't tell me that there aren't demonic slime pigs waiting in the weeds to grab up your kids, which is insane, and I don't get it. And look, and it happens over and over and over.
Yep. And the prisons, like the jails, are full of, there's not, the rate of recidivism is crazy. And it's just, I can't even imagine. But we are so trusting with so many things in our life. And that kid never, it's just such a weird thing that it happened. It was not something they could have really avoided it.
No, and now the part of the cracking the case, and it took 27 years, as they matched it to a similar motive with that guy who's now 48 years old. And it was in that other town. You know who I'm talking about. And the Wetterlings were so grateful to him. But, it makes me wonder, there's so many missing children in this country and in Western Pennsylvania. And we've had horrible cases of child murders. And, that North Side case years ago, I under that bridge, it's very depressing, but I'm sorry. I want that guy. He's been in there. He's been in prison for 9 years. they got to find some way to either keep him or, I don't know. And if I heard, and I'm sorry, maybe I'm becoming a bad person, but if I read tomorrow that he was murdered in prison, I would say, thank you, Lord. I would. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Well, I said to my husband when we heard the sentence, we're like, wait, is that life without parole?
Yeah.
Because he can't get out. He can't.
No. This guy did it over and over and over. And, and I keep hearing and reading, and I'm sure some of my psychiatrists and psychologist friends will call me tomorrow. I read that a lot of people who do this, I don't know if it's the majority, I guess it is, were victims as children too. But I don't care. I do care. I'm sorry they suffered. But I keep seeing that, you know what, Mary? I keep seeing that kid's face.
Yeah.
This beautiful little kid who had this gregarious personality and popular and all this type of stuff. I don't know. That show, I was mad at myself for watching it and staying with it, but now, the more I talk about it, I'm not. I'm glad you watched it, and I'm glad I watched it because we have to start getting serious here about.
We do.
We have to get serious about people wanting to harm our kids. It's and I keep seeing kids in my family and so forth, and I'm thinking, my God, keep an eye on them. You know what I mean?
I do. I have 5 nieces, and I kept thinking while they were growing up, I'd be like, oh my gosh. And now some of them travel overseas, and I'm like, oh my God, just be safe. Be safe.
Please be safe. Be safe. Yeah.
Yeah. I give the Wetterlings a lot of credit for
too.
being not being dragged down by bitterness and hate, because that would be hard. That would be hard.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like. This will wear off, but it doesn't seem like they're. I'm sure they have living with resentment, but they've gotten on with their lives with their other kids and so forth. But can you imagine the torture of 27 years waiting for that kid to walk through the door? My God Almighty! Wow.
And then he doesn't even serve the same amount of time.
No. And that when I heard that too, I stopped the recorder and backed it up thinking, I couldn't have heard that right. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Yep. Mary, have a great night. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Michael.
You bet.
You
All
too.
right. You
Bye-bye.
bet. 866-391-1020. All right, I'm going to break for David Bolorado has news in a couple minutes. Michael Bartley on the 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
I'm with Joe Potocnik from JP Roofing and Siding, a platinum preferred contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the platinum preferred warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 71 degrees at 7 o'clock. I'm David Valerato. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. The driver of the SUV who was killed in a crash on the Parkway North Tuesday has now been identified. State police say 54-year-old Joseph Sasso of Gibsonia was confirmed dead at the scene after the vehicle he was driving was hit head-on by a tractor-trailer on I-279 in Ohio Township. The driver of the tractor-trailer was taken to a hospital for treatment. No other information still being released. The state Senate has already passed a bill that would create new second-degree murder conviction guidelines in Pennsylvania. But unless the state House takes action by Friday, when the state Supreme deadline to come up with new guidelines expires, more than 1,100 inmates who are currently sentenced to life behind bars could begin to request new sentences as soon as Monday morning. State Senator Devlin Robinson is urging the State House to reconvene and to vote on the Senate bill.
The Supreme Court has ruled that that's unconstitutional, just to make an automatic life sentence. So what we're saying is that we would implement a sentencing range of 35 years to life imprisonment.
Those who are serving life sentences would be able to file petitions for hearings before judges to hold hearings on getting a new sentence rather than going before the parole board. A woman loses thousands of dollars in a new courthouse scam. Investigators are also now warning others not to fall for it. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has more.
The Allegheny County Sheriff's Office says the woman got a call from someone claiming to be a deputy, accusing her of missing jury duty and telling her she had active misdemeanor charges. She was instructed to go to the Allegheny County Courthouse and find the PNC Bank ATM inside the treasurer's office. The scammer gave her an 8-digit code for cardless access, then a 4-digit code supposedly identifying her case. She entered both codes, deposited $2,000, and later learned she had been scammed. The sheriff's office says it will never demand payment by phone or ask you to use an ATM, kiosk, gift card, or payment app to clear a warrant or fine. The investigation is ongoing. Tamara Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
On a related note, the governor this week signed a bill that prohibits telemarketing companies from spoofing a phone number to make it look like it's a call coming from the recipient's area code. The new law also prohibits robocallers after 7 p.m. or before 9 a.m. on weekdays, and it bars any telemarketing calls on Sundays. Updating a story from yesterday, the second suspect who was wanted in an armed robbery of a Rostraver gas station has now also been arrested. Riley Coulter of Finleyville is now charged with 2 counts of robbery and other charges. He and Benjamin Probst are accused of wearing masks and using a machete to steal money from the cash register at the Marathon gas station on Route 51 back on July 9th. Probst was arrested on Monday after police noticed him wearing a distinctive pair of shoes from the robbery, and then they matched his description with that of one of the suspected robbers. AP correspondent Lorna Petty reports on an OpenAI cyber hacking incident.
This may sound like the plot of a sci-fi movie, but OpenAI's system just went rogue and hacked into another company. ChatGPT maker OpenAI was testing a combination of AI models, including its latest version of GPT 5.6 Sol, and an even more capable model that is still being tested. The models became so hyper-focused on completing the test that they identified on their own that AI startup Hugging Face was a place that might hold the solutions. So they tried to hack their way in. Hugging Face's security and its own AI agents spotted the attack and stopped the rogue activity. Hugging Face CEO Clément Delong said there didn't appear to be any malicious intent from OpenAI, but called it mind-blowing that AI agents could do something like this entirely on their own. OpenAI said the incident highlights a bigger issue. AI is getting faster at discovering and exploiting vulnerabilities, which means that AI security and safety needs to develop just as quickly as the technology itself.
KDKA Sports, the Pirates 5-3 winners in 10 in Game 1 of their doubleheader against the Yankees. Pre-game here on KDKA. And the actual game, you heard it right here on KDKA. Game 2, by the way, is about to get underway with Bubba Chandler getting the start. You can catch that game on 93.7 The Fan. Right now around the Pittsburgh area, it is currently 72 degrees. I'm David Valerato. Our next update at 7:30 on The Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Under a mainly clear sky tonight, it is going to be cool with a low of 52. We'll have a fair amount of sunshine throughout tomorrow with a high of 76, and then mainly clear and comfortable tomorrow night with a low of 56. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
Welcome back. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. I know if you still want to talk about the Parkway East, that's fine. That's fine. And you want to talk about the Jesse White thing, that's fine too. That's fine too. But I wanted to bring up something, the imagery today was kind of a deja vu. I think a lot of people would agree. And I'm looking on social media and some of the perspective of the national media that the Iran conflict right now, doesn't it seem to be entering a sort of a murky, dangerous place? In the sense, is this thing going to drag on? Does this enter into a quagmire? And the imagery today was tough to watch as President Trump, he attended the dignified transfer of the remains of 4 service members killed in the Iranian attacks this month. After the ceasefire went to hell in a handbasket and the war's on. And so those 4 service members were flown from the Middle East to Dover Air Force Base. That's where they bring them their coffins. 28-year-old Angel Rampersad, she's from New York. 30-year-old Michael Emmanuel Swinton of North Carolina. 25-year-old Tyler James Feehan of Hawaii. 19-year-old Isabella Gonzalez of Texas. And, the dignified transfers, their families there. It's one of the most solemn occasions a president and dignitaries do in this country, and to pay respects to troops killed in conflicts overseen by the commander-in-chief. So this administration has vigorously defended their handling of the war, arguing it's necessary to prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon, and a lot of us disagree with that. A lot of us. That he shouldn't have torn up the agreement that Obama established, that there was verified inspections. Today, which I thought was very interesting and fascinating and an eye-opener, today, people are wondering, is Trump putting himself into a politically impossible situation because, and this is Fox News and this is, everybody, because a new poll shows Trump voters, losing patience with the Iran war, which, if these numbers are correct, that seems to be earth-shattering for Trump's political orbit. So half of President Trump's MAGA base thought the Iran war was worth the economic costs back in May. That was in May. 50% thought it was worth the economic costs. So that has collapsed because now, here in late July, only a third of MAGA hardcore supporters believe this war is worth the economic costs. A 13-point drop has happened in 2 months. And, of course, it's revealing how the president's most diehard supporters are starting to agree with the majority of Americans who have long opposed the U.S. involvement in the war. And that's at about 70%. 37% of self-identified MAGA Trump voters say the U.S. should continue its involvement only if it doesn't increase costs. See, this, the price of gas, the inflation because of it, through the roof, energy costs have spiked. And this is the 12th night, I think, in a row that we're bombing Iran. So anyway, 37% of self-identified MAGA Trump voters say the U.S. should continue its involvement only if it doesn't increase costs. That's up from 29% who said the same thing in May. Yep. So to me, this is an obvious flagging that the president's most loyal supporters, they're hardcore Trump supporters. It's the clearest sign that Americans' patience is wearing thin as the economy continues to dominate as voters' top concerns. And that's what the poll numbers reveal. But I was watching that today, and, it's a very emotional, difficult thing to watch. Those two young men and those two young ladies giving the ultimate sacrifice for their country. And Trump's words were good. He was good. And presidents have to find the right words there, But it had the imagery, the optics of when those caskets came off that plane, that transport. It had the image, the optics of, wow, we're in a war and we're not getting out of this anytime soon, are we? And maybe you thought the complete opposite. I don't know. I'm just one guy. And I'm not arrogant enough to pretend that I know everything. And I'm not arrogant and egomaniacal enough to think that I'm always right. No. I think you know me better than that. I think you do. But when those, two young ladies and two young men, those caskets came off there, it seemed like, oh man, where's our off ramp here? What is it? What are we doing? What are we doing? Okay, the Strait of Hormuz, he wants that open. It was open before the war. Wide open. And we were going to be in this for 3 weeks. Now it's 5 months and counting, and it looks like we're deeper in it now than we were at any time. Trump threatened today to bomb the infrastructure, power plants, bridges, to ultimately hurt civilians. But I don't know. This ain't good. It ain't good. Boy, those images are tough. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 to 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find them within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, St. Anthony school programs have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org. Alex Goen patented hypnosis. Stop smoking, no cravings, irritability, or weight gain. Walk in a smoker, walk out free. Only $59.99 or your money back. In town tomorrow. Sign up at alexgoen.com. That's alexgoen.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Summer heat, storms, and heavy rain can put your roof to the test. Don't settle for anything less than expert care. PJ Fitzpatrick brings more than 45 years of experience, and they've earned thousands of 5-star reviews, delivering American-made, CertainTeed premium shingles. Most roofs install in just 1 day, and all come with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Flexible financing makes it easy to protect your home this summer. Visit trustpj.com today.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, welcome back. Michael Bartley with you on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA. I'm here till 9 o'clock tonight. Okay, to the phones we go. Joanne in Point Breeze, I haven't heard from you in forever. Where you been?
I know, Michael. Sometimes I just turn the radio off because
I don't. Hey, listen, I got you. I tell you, I got you.
Yeah, some of the hosts, I don't know, think that because you run for office, you have to bow down to the media, and you don't. You know, they both have to try to work together, and it seems like some of them say, "You talk to me, or else I'll just lambaste you on the radio." So I just have to turn that off. The other thing about this war, the thing that bothers me about this person that people put in because a lot of them were tricked. It was a money thing, and there was a lot of things. Why didn't he go in there with everything he had in the beginning? And that's what people usually do when they go to war. They don't go, I'll just give you 10 cents worth of whatever it's worth, and then I'll come back and give you 20 cents more. Something is wrong with this man, and I said this loose cannon, something was wrong with him in the beginning. He has dragged this thing on, and now he's talking about he needs another $1 billion, and we're losing these children, these people that choose to sacrifice for this country. And, Michael, I wonder if some of their children, grandchildren, or great-grandchildren had to serve, especially these ones that voted for this in the beginning or let it go on. I wonder if they'd have been so quick to keep this thing going. No, as long as it's somebody else's children. Michael, I'm so disgusted with what's
Joanne,
going
you
on.
said $1 billion. He's asking for tens of billions of dollars, and that's a red flag. And all I'm saying today is, and listen, when I see the MAGA people leaving his side on this, then I'm like, oh boy, I don't know what he's thinking. But you know what? I tell you what, Joanne, I had like deja vu flashbacks or something when I see caskets of young people coming off planes at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware. Doesn't that just take you back? I mean, that imagery today is the real deal, and somebody better be telling us what is the off-ramp here. They claimed that it was going to be for 3 weeks, and we're into 5 months here, and there's no indication in the least when we're going to get out of there. I think to take to your point, I think he sold them short. I think he thought they were just going to lay down.
Well, Michael, those ones that had a chance to say enough is enough in the beginning, when he went in 3 more times and said, oh, I'm going to do it now. When you're going for a fight and you're going to make a point, you bring everything you have in the beginning and try to knock it out in the beginning. He didn't do that. And he keeps going back because it just makes me sick. And anybody with common sense would realize you don't keep going back to a fight like this. And we don't want our people or their people. But what happens is when you have a war, what he's doing is playing with our lives. He's just, it's just a sickening thing. And anybody that gets on there and says, oh, this is good. Our children, our grandchildren have fought in this war. A couple of them have died, especially with the Vietnam War. I've lost people in this war, and it go back a long time. We've always had family members in a war.
Of course.
But nothing like what's going on now. He's just using us, and not one of his children, grandchildren, or any family members, including these Republicans, that let this thing go on. I wonder how many of their children.
And they tried to rationalize throughout this time, repeating the bullet points that this is about Iran not getting a nuclear weapon. And I don't think people are buying it anymore because they knew that, they heard from the physics professors and all the chemists who worked under the Obama deal, whether they lived in Iran or the United States or Denmark, I don't care what, that it was verifiable inspections and that they weren't, and then he pulls out of the deal, and then they start trying to manufacture uranium, all this type stuff, and this is like the Twilight Zone or something. And I'm just saying, to see those 4, beautiful young people come home in caskets, this is what gets Americans under their skin.
Well, Michael, the only last thing I have to say is we've had other people that they felt shouldn't have bombs, and they did not do what this man has done, and it just has made me, I just can't listen to this and these people that keep justifying with their heads in the sand. And I've heard other justifications about things, and it's just unreal. I just don't know. It's a sickening time. It doesn't feel good to be American under this regime that's in there. So you people can keep on putting your head in the sand, and we keep going deeper and deeper in debt, and don't complain about you can't have food and you can't pay your bills because you didn't want to. You asked for all this stuff. But Michael, I'm off the gravy train now.
No. I think you're doing fine, Joanne. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it always.
Okay, Michael, and always glad to hear from you. I'm listening to you.
All right,
okay,
thanks so
bye-bye.
much. I'll be here tomorrow night too. Yep. You know, there was a time when I said that the hardcore Trump folks never leave his side, I was wrong. Mm-hmm. And so as of today, 1 in 5 MAGA voters believe the U.S. should end its war with Iran, regardless of the costs. And again, half of, about 50% of Trump's MAGA base thought the Iran war was worth its economic costs in May. Now that's just a little more than a third. It's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I think a lot of them have had it, too. A lot of them have had it. How about Marjorie Taylor Greene? She's still sounding off. Trump must hate her guts behind closed doors. You know that? He must hate her guts. Wow. Woo. My, oh, my, oh, my. By the way, someone mentioned Fetterman. Fetterman was with the Democrats today. Can you believe it? He joined the Democrats in a renewed push to federally legalize marijuana. Yeah. Fetterman stated his commitment to support legislation that would legalize cannabis on the state and federal levels. 24 states and the District of Columbia have legalized cannabis. Pennsylvania, which had a medical marijuana program since 2016, we have medical marijuana. We're not one of them to legalize recreational marijuana. Interesting, isn't it? Yeah. But Fetterman's kind of been waffling on the loyalty to the Democratic Party, but he was with them today. And I don't know. He's kind of a wild card. He is. He's a wild card. Is he going to leave the party? I doubt it, but maybe. I don't know. I keep reading that he's getting a lot of contributions from wealthy Republicans. Yes, indeed. Does that mean he's going to run again? I don't know. 866-391-1020. David Bolorado has news coming up in a few minutes. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
Amazon Business. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of fella who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay. Are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 71 degrees at 7:30. I'm David Bollerado. The Shapiro administration is declaring a win after the Department of Homeland Security withdrew controversial plans for a pair of ICE detention centers over in Berks and Schuylkill counties. The governor's office had blocked DHS from using water or sewer infrastructure to convert two warehouses into the centers. The department had appealed those orders, but then dropped that appeal today. In a 6-3 vote, City Council has given preliminary approval to creating what's called a TRID, a special zone which captures tax revenues to fund development within it. But the controversy here is that the zone would focus on revitalizing downtown, while part of the money would come from the Strip and North Shore. A number of speakers opposing the plan spoke prior to Council's vote during a nearly 6-hour committee meeting. Barb Warwick was one of the 3 no votes, and she denounced a lack of broadcast media coverage.
A packed City Council meeting talking about $200 million of tax revenue, and WTAE is not here, and WPXI is not here, and KDKA is not here.
The meeting was viewable via live stream on the city's YouTube channels. Supporters of the TRID say it will help spur badly needed development in downtown, where many office buildings saw increased vacancies as more people shifted to remote work during the pandemic. Chick-fil-A says it recently was hit with a cyber attack and disclosed that some personal data may have been briefly exposed. ABC's Michelle Franzen has more.
Chick-fil-A says the recent cyber attack in June likely exposed personal information of its loyalty account holders. The fast food restaurant sent a letter to customers saying it identified suspicious login activity to certain accounts on July 13th. After an investigation, Chick-fil-A found that some data had been briefly compromised, including names, email, and phone information, along with the last 4 digits of some credit cards. The company says it took immediate security measures, including forced logouts and wiping stored payment methods. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
KDKA Sports, the Pirates already won Game 1 of their doubleheader against the Yankees with a 5-3 win in 10 innings. Right now, Game 2 is underway, and it is scoreless in New York. KDKA Radio News, time 7:32. Our next update at 8. I'm David Bollerado on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this late-night ad to make you more alert, which could help your driving. And science tells us that pulsing beats faster, stimulating audio like traveling sound, and voices on the higher,
so-called brighter end of the audio spectrum like this can encourage focus.
Also, a familiar tune can help, so...
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Keeping up with bills can be tough, but you don't have to do it alone. Duquesne Light Company's Customer Assistant Program helps income-qualified customers lower their monthly electric bills. The employees at Duquesne Light realize these are difficult times, and they're committed to supporting our communities. Applying is simple. Just visit DuquesneLight.com/CAP and apply online. Don't wait. See if you qualify today. At Duquesne Light Company, they are here to help when you need it most.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-909-9696. 800-909-9696.
Summer is better together, and nobody does community like Legends Senior Living. As one of Pennsylvania's largest senior living providers, they invite you to fun summer events across Pittsburgh area communities and experience the vibrant lifestyle that awaits. Meet new friends, learn something new, and explore topics that matter to seniors and their families. Enjoy chef-prepared cuisine, meaningful conversation, and the warm hospitality that makes Legends so special. Visit legends.seniorliving.com/PGH to browse summer events, RSVP, and start filling your social calendar.
It's going to be a cool night tonight under a mainly clear sky, a low of 52. We'll have a good deal of sunshine tomorrow with a high of 76. And the weather looks nice into Friday with intervals of clouds and sun, high 79. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought
Hi, this
to
is
you
Father
by
Tom Burke of the Diocese of Pittsburgh. Join me for Catholic Education Plus as we highlight Oakland Catholic students and residents of the Little Sisters of the Poor. Catholic Education Plus airs this Sunday morning at 6:30 and is sponsored by Sam and Judy Spanos in the Diocese of Pittsburgh.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. Recreational marijuana. Are you in? Are you out? The new effort to legalize it.
Okie dokie. Thanks, Larry. Join Larry tomorrow, 5:30 a.m. to 10 a.m., the Big K Morning Show. Okay, back to the phones we go. Lots out there, and a lot of topics here tonight. The Parkway, I tell you, give PennDOT credit. Give them credit. Give them credit. And I don't know. It sure feels like we're going into a quagmire on this war, doesn't it? Those coffins coming off that plane today. My, oh, my. Okay, Ross and Braddock. Ross, you're on KDKA. Hi, Ross.
Wow, great timing. I just found a spot where the wind won't bother us. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry about our last chat. I forget. There's a spot in my room when I usually call it that I usually always shift from. So, are you hearing me okay today?
Yeah, it's a little hollow, little hollow. I don't know what that is though. Yeah, but go ahead. I'm understanding you.
First of all, did you enjoy your sweater?
Oh yes, thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. That sweatshirt. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean when
yes, I loved it.
Kind of weather.
Yep, very, very Pittsburgh and very Fred Rogers style.
Good. So you remember? Did you ever see it on the wall yourself?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. I called about the unfortunate situation with our county spokesperson. My comment is, I'll try to. First of all, I'm going to try to not make light of it. No, especially after I listened to Colin and the emails and everything he read and even he finished. I didn't hear his show Friday. I more or less came to the full information stream Monday. Oh, as well, it's a weekday. Let's go. Okay. I understand that my comments can be made comical and also are serious. First of all, since I had to call 911 today for something purely not related, I said
I'm sorry, Ross. I didn't make that out. Say that again.
It's purely unrelated, but I had to call 911 today for something personal.
Oh, wow.
But
I'm
I
sorry
said
to hear
at
that.
the end of the call before, she said, well, okay, what's something? She should be fired. Now, I of course, had a few sentences in front of us, so she knew who I was talking about. She should be. And here's the point, especially ties into the political situation on a national level that you're talking about. I think it's a shame that someone locally who is appointed by someone political thinks maybe in the recesses of her mind that her boss has her covered because we have so long, unfortunately, been used to someone of a political nature saying absolutely unnecessary, ignorant things.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't have that as a topic tonight, but go ahead, finish it up.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's unfortunate that she thought it was okay to okay, I'll go there just for the consensus of topic.
Yeah, and I don't. And to be honest with you, I don't know her. I work with Colin, and we're friends, and I know Sarah Innamorato, and this lady was suspended with pay, without pay. I'm not sure, they didn't mention that, but she was taken off the job, and
no.
I don't know. I just you don't make light of suicide, and I'm in full agreement with that. Total.
Right. So am I. And to put a local celebrity in the mix in the way that she did in her work clothes, that's not cool.
Yeah.
It's almost as if you should know better. I don't know how else to say you should know better. We all have gallows humor and say things to coworkers or family that you wouldn't make public. What?
Yeah, I've totally said stupid things over the air, and stupid things in person, and that's just none of us are God. However, you're right. I mean, when you're at work and you have to in this day and age, and if anything, if anybody adheres to strict diversity and inclusion comments, it's the progressive socialists to hold you to the fire, and and as it relates, and I know people who've lost kids who've, I hate to say it, but have gone off the High Level Bridge in Homestead, the Grays Bridge, and the Greenfield Bridge, and other places, and that's not a cool thing to say, and I'm sure she's reflecting, and and from what I understand is, he must have gotten really under her skin, because my understanding is she's from people in the media is that she's very helpful and pretty bright, and she's been very helpful with media who call her for help and assistance and all that type stuff.
Okay.
Although Sarah Innamorato is she's not very media friendly. She doesn't do one-on-ones. I've never seen that. I really haven't. Corey O'Connor, if I called Corey O'Connor at 3:00 in the morning, he'd say, what's the number? I'll call in right now. And that's just him.
Do I have at least 30 more seconds?
Sure.
On your comment about how she didn't show her best side, I will say this, and this is where I alluded to, even though you would never have made fun of suicide and the stupid things you said, you know better, but tagging on to not making light of it, not making, understanding you just don't say that and just, as you say, maybe he or whoever the notable person is gets under the skin of another notable person. I don't know, maybe instead of being fired, she should be repositioned within the county. Maybe she should, and this tags on to what Colin was talking about in another way, make sure those HOV gates are never out of operation. Okay, there's a ha-ha, but I'm very serious. Somebody needs to at least let us know if she's getting paid or not. Probably administratively, she probably is, but why not make it public? How much worse can it get? I'll talk to you later, Michael.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, let me say hi to Dick in Dayton real quick. Hi, Dick.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How you doing?
Yeah, the little girl told me you were on. I think I better call.
Oh, that's very nice of you. Thank you. I'll tell you, I'm on till 9, but I'll be here tomorrow night from 6 to 10. No sweat. No worries about it. Okay.
How's the news, huh?
What's that?
I haven't been I guess I used to watch the CBS, but I've been watching this thing. Bill was from Preble County. It's down in Eaton there, and I've been watching it's on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday and Sunday. It's called it's country and folk. Oh, people in Texas just dance, and they show you all the good food, and these guys are professional people,
Yeah, sure. But are you involved in it then?
Well, today, Heather had something she joked today was funny. It was a slide, and they put me on it, and they dunked me today.
Oh, they did? Oh, wow. You mean like at a carnival or something?
Yeah, it was cute. And then after that, Troy came over, and I was sitting in the sun a little bit, but I just started playing some folk songs on the guitar. It was pretty nice, you know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, my.
Yeah.
Good for you. Hey, wait. What'd they have for dinner tonight over there?
What was it? Chicken and dumplings. It was good.
Oh, chicken and dumplings. That sounds very good.
Anthony came from one of the. He was a big Dayton, and he liked the hounds. He's been here riding the bus. He's funny, but we had a good time. We played. The one game I played today was that I learned, and then we did special trivia. So I'm ahead like 14-3 right now.
Oh, that's wonderful, Dick. Way to go.
Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah,
good for you.
Yeah,
that is terrific.
Yep.
All right, Dick. Have a good night, my friend. Thanks for calling and saying hello.
Okay. Have a good night.
You bet. No, what would a show be without saying hi to Dick? That's my tradition. That's my tradition. Hey, listen, don't forget, coming up at 8 o'clock, I have John Leonard from the Pittsburgh Pirates, manager of youth baseball, and Coach Andy Butch of the team, the 10 and under kids. They're little kids, and they played other cities sponsored by Major League Baseball teams, okay? And they won so many games that they're getting on a plane tomorrow, flying to Louisiana. And they're gonna play China, Mexico, the Caribbean, and several other cities across the United States, also sponsored by Major League Baseball teams. And it's this is an umbrella, sort of a widening umbrella topic. Not only are these kids so excited about all this, but their parents are so proud. And Little League in general has been seen and discussed as bringing a neighborhood together, bringing communities together because of volunteerism, because of, the kids and all this type of stuff. And it's a really, really cool thing. All right, so I want to talk about that at 8 o'clock, okay? I'll be back.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
She's back. Join Dr. Bridget Shufo at 9 this Sunday morning and see how her wellness and weight loss help you get rid of excess weight and, more importantly, keep it off with a healthy lifestyle. It's Dr. Shufo's Health and Wellness Show this Sunday at 9 a.m.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market Team when they discuss favorite Mexican cuisine and recipes. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today. 724-934-8446.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
I'm with Joe Potocnik from JP Roofing and Siding, a platinum preferred contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the platinum preferred warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40, and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Spring storms can cause havoc. When water gets in, ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh, they get to work. 412-RECOVER, the best call to make in the worst situation.
Man, the yellow van, call ServiceMaster.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hear about it. Then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, don't forget my conversation with the Little League, and they're called the Pirates, by the way. That's coming up at 8 o'clock right after the news. Let me sneak one more call in before then, and then stay on if you want to stay on hold, but I'll rejoin our topics at 8:15, okay? All right, Andy and Butler. Andy, you're up.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm okay. Yeah.
Well, so good. Couple of things, okay?
Yep.
So the quagmire in Iran, okay, as you called it, the quagmire and the deaths. And I don't like
as a
anybody
question, is it leading to a quagmire? Is what I said. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, when you ask a leading question, generally that's the answer you're looking for. And so anyway, just a little bit of a comparison. So from February 28th through July 5th, there were 13 service members killed, 232 service members were wounded. In the same time period in Chicago, there were 46 people killed and 477 people wounded by gunfire. So Chicago is more dangerous than the quagmire in Iran. And that's just one American city run by Democrats. I mean, if I would have looked up all the people killed and wounded in Democratic cities in the entire nation of America versus all the U.S. service members killed or wounded in the entire conflict with a whole nother nation, the numbers would be even farther apart.
And you're not worried about high crime cities run by Republicans?
Add those into the mix too, if you wish.
Sure, thank you. The highest violent crime per capita cities run by a Republican mayor, and that's Houston, Texas. The second highest crime per capita is run by a Republican, and that's Jackson, Mississippi.
Per capita.
Correct.
Right? Per capita.
Mm-hmm.
Per capita. That doesn't mean, actual number of people killed. That's just.
That means per capita, yeah.
For the number of people that were. So, if a city had 2 people in it and one person got shot by the other person, you would say their murder rate was 50% per capita. But it would still only be one person, right? That's what per capita boils down to. So, but anyway, my point is simply this. There's more crime in America, there's more death in America than there is in this whole quagmire going on in Iran, okay? And the other thing that surprises me...
And what's the point? I'm missing your point. Go ahead.
Well, you were talking about the service members who were killed and those great problems. Was anybody checking their watch as they were brought back? Oh, no, Joe Biden wasn't there.
Anybody checking their what, Andy?
Their watch. Every time a casket passed, did someone look down at their watch the way Joe Biden did? No. Okay? And then the other thing, which you said wasn't on your list of topics for tonight, I can't believe it wasn't, because it's local. And it's the whole Sarah Amorado's media person who is advocating suicide.
Yeah, well, I did what? How many hours? Thursday and Friday. I did several hours on it already.
As a local thing, yeah, but that was before she was suspended, right?
No, it was before, during, and after.
Okay, well, I can't believe that you wouldn't talk about, because I have a feeling if this was something that you could put Trump's name on, you would talk about it for the next week and a half. Anyway, hey, that's all I got. I know you're rushed. You got a guest coming up. Have a good night.
You too, Andy. Have a good night. So, yes, indeed. No, I've already done the Inamorado thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over. I don't care if you want to talk about. I don't care what you want to talk about. I didn't get Andy's point on that one either, but that's okay. That's okay. A lot of times I get his points. I wasn't. There seemed to be a lot of apples and oranges trying to fuse tonight, but that's okay. No problem whatsoever. Anyway, how important in your community is Little League? It's huge, isn't it? Volunteers, parents. When I go to our Little League events, I mean, there are hundreds and hundreds of people. So, coming up after the news, there's a really cool story about a 10-year-old team and under, sort of from various neighborhoods in Pittsburgh. They're sort of like an all-star team, all right? And they play other teams 10 and under. They played them around the country. They played, in what was it, North Carolina or something for several games, and they kept advancing. And tomorrow they fly to Louisiana. It's a really cool thing. Do you love Little League? 866-391-1020. I'm going to talk to the Pirates manager of youth baseball and the coach of this 10 and under team coming up right after. David Ballarado with news. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
And we are honored to have with us Senator Kim Ward, fresh off a budget for the state of Pennsylvania.
Senator Ward, I'm curious to know about something that didn't happen, which the regulation and taxation of these so-called skill games. What happened that it didn't get done?
Well, I would kind of like to know that, too.
Weekday mornings, 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of fella who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
Mommy, can I sit in the front seat just this one time? Please, please, please.
No, not yet.
But why?
Because I love you, and you're just not ready yet. Now, get in the back so I can get you in your car seat, please.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 68 degrees at 8 o'clock. I'm David Colorado. Not only did the U.S. carry out a 12th consecutive night of strikes on Iran, President Trump is now issuing a new threat to that country's critical infrastructure. ABC News Chief Global Affairs Correspondent Martha Raddatz has more.
A stark new threat. The president now warning that for every Iranian strike on a ship in the Strait of Hormuz, the U.S. will bomb and destroy one bridge or power plant inside Iran, including the capital Tehran. Deliberately targeting civilian infrastructure is a potential war crime under international law.
The Parkway East could reopen sooner than expected after the new Commercial Street Bridge was moved into place earlier this week. Transportation Secretary Mike Carroll says crews are working around the clock to get the project completed.
We're excited that we are now anticipating reopening the Parkway the middle of next week. In fact, striving to do even better than that if we can make it early next week.
Carroll says he's not declaring a reopening date just yet because there are variables beyond PennDOT's control, like the weather. State police have now identified the man who was killed in the wrong-way crash along the Parkway North that shut down a major stretch of that highway for several hours. Investigators say 54-year-old Joseph Sasso of Gibsonia was killed when the driver of a tractor-trailer lost control of his rig, crossed the median, and swerved into Sasso's SUV in the northbound lanes. The 70-year-old driver of that truck, a Slippery Rock man whose name has not been released, is hospitalized with injuries he sustained in the crash. The state Senate has already passed a bill that would create new second-degree murder conviction guidelines in Pennsylvania. But unless the state House takes action by Friday, when the state Supreme Court deadline to come up with new guidelines expires, more than 1,100 inmates who are currently sentenced to life behind bars could begin to request new sentences. State Senator Devlin Robinson is urging the State House to reconvene and to vote on the Senate bill.
The Supreme Court has ruled that that's unconstitutional, just to make an automatic life sentence. So what we're saying is that we would implement a sentencing range of 35 years to life imprisonment.
Those who are serving life sentences would be able to file petitions for hearings before judges to hold hearings on a new sentence rather than going before the parole board. Updating a story from yesterday, the second suspect who was wanted in an armed robbery of a Ross Draver gas station has now been arrested. Riley Calder of Finleyville is now charged with 2 counts of robbery and other crimes. He and Benjamin Probst are accused of using masks and a machete to steal money from the cash register at the Marathon gas station on Route 51 back on July 9th. State police have charged an Irwin man of home improvement fraud in 3 separate criminal cases. 45-year-old Nolan Nichols, the owner of Nichols Pools, is accused of being hired to renovate or construct swimming pools but never completing the work. In the latest case, a homeowner told police that they hired Nichols in April to renovate an in-ground swimming pool and construct a pool deck for over $31,000. Nicholas allegedly kept asking for more money but never returned to complete the work and ultimately abandoned the project. KDKA Sports Game 2 underway at Yankee Stadium for the Pirates and Yankees. It's currently scoreless in the fourth. Earlier today on KDKA in the daylight game, Jake Mangum contributed to the team's 5-3 win in extra innings.
Ball poked into left center. That's down for a base hit. Cook reads it, and he's going to be sent from third. Throw is offline. Cook is in scoring, and Triolo gets to third. Great base running by the Pirates on the RBI hit by Mangum. It's 5-3 Buccos in the 10th in New York.
KDKA Radio News Time 8:03. The AccuWeather forecast is next. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speakers Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, with Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and acclaimed war photographer Lindsay Addario. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
It's back and right where it belongs. Downtown Pittsburgh, in the heart of the city. Rock, Reggae, and Relief returns Saturday, August 8th for a full day of live music on Forbes Avenue and Market Square. Featuring UB40, Allie Campbell, The Elevators, Tribal Seeds, G-Love, The Hip Abduction, and more. 2 stages, reggae tunes, art, vendors, and summer vibes. This benefit festival supports Cafe Momentum, empowering justice-involved youth. Get tickets at rockreggaerelief.com. Rock, Reggae, and Relief, back downtown and bigger than ever.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Under a mainly clear sky tonight, it is going to be cool with a low of 52. We'll have a fair amount of sunshine throughout tomorrow with a high of 76, and then mainly clear and comfortable tomorrow night with a low of 56. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Welcome back to the 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA. Michael Bartley with you. I'll be here till 9. This next story is we do a lot of politics, we do a lot of fighting, we do a lot of laughing. But this next story, this is a critical thing as it relates to neighborhoods. Little League, and these are the facts it's shown, strengthens communities, fosters unity, encourages family involvement, gets people out there to volunteer. Local businesses step up. It's a big thing. But I'll tell you something, there's a team. They're just 10-year-old kids. You should see these kids play. And they're from Pittsburgh, and they're the Pittsburgh Pirates. Why? They're sponsored by the Pittsburgh Pirates. So, my guess right now, Andy Butch, who I've known since he was a little kid. I used to smack him around a little bit over the years. Andy, good evening. And John Leonard, who is the Pirates manager of youth baseball. Thanks so much for joining me, guys. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thanks for having us.
So here's this team called.
Yeah, thanks, Michael.
You bet, John. Thanks. They're the Pittsburgh Pirates. They're 10 years old and under. So, and they're from different neighborhoods around the city. Okay. And Andy Butch, who you just heard from, he's the coach. And they play teams from around the country. They went to North Carolina, wherever it was, and have to play a lot of these different teams. And they won so many games. And, they won so many games that tomorrow these little kids, 10 years old and under, fly to Louisiana for the International World Series. Will they play China, Mexico, the Caribbean, and a couple of other teams around the United States, right?
Yeah, there's 2 teams from California and 2 teams from Texas. So it's an 8-team tournament.
And, John, the teams that they play, that the Pittsburgh Pirates will play, are teams also sponsored by Major League Baseball affiliates?
So no, not. I think we're unique in this tournament that we are the only club-sponsored team that at least made it to the International World Series. At the local level, I'm not entirely sure, but we'll be the only club-sponsored team that's representing at the International World Series.
I got to give it up for the Pittsburgh Pirates for sponsoring and being so involved in this. I take it you'd agree with me that Little League acts as a community anchor for people coming together. It's a big deal.
Absolutely. Our Pirates are Guy League. Andy can testify to it, but, we have over 100 teams in the community of Pittsburgh alone, which is crazy, all the way from 8 years old clear up to 18 years old. So our league is one of the strongest, I think, inner city leagues around the country. And, we're grateful to have coaches like Andy to represent our communities and to, teach these kids life lessons. And that's what baseball does that, right? It's about, like you mentioned earlier, bringing communities together. But more importantly, we're teaching these kids, the game of baseball, but also the game of life. And, they're going to carry those life lessons well into their adult lives.
Andy, tell us about last weekend or a couple days ago when they won in North Carolina and how excited they are to get it. You're not driving to Louisiana, are you? You're flying, right?
No, we are flying. The Pirates are flying us down. They're released tomorrow morning, 6:01 a.m. Michael, if you're not doing anything, can you drive me and my family down there? Yeah, why not? Why not?
Fat chance when I'm in REM sleep. Thank you very much. So wait, but last weekend was very competitive in the Carolinas.
It was very competitive in the Carolinas. There's a few teams from North Carolina, a few teams from Virginia, a team from New York. It was very competitive. It was the East Championships. We were lucky enough to make it there, and we represented the Pirates in the city of Pittsburgh well by bringing home this championship. But, you guys had mentioned it starts with the Pirates, and it really does start with buy-in, right? The Pirates gave us the opportunity, but the buy-ins, from the players themselves and from the parents, it's been incredible. I mean, we've been dragging them all over the United States to play these games, and they haven't complained one time, And, Michael, the amazing thing about it, we never gave any kid a guarantee to play. We gave them the invite, and we said, if you want to be on this team, we'll try to get you in the game. And there's some kids that haven't thrown a pitch, haven't swung a bat, but they are the loudest kids in the dugout.
Well, Andy,
they are the definition of a team.
Andy, I'm sure that some kids were maybe disappointed they didn't make the team, and all this type stuff, but they were considered. And listen, this is sort of like, so in other words, this is sort of like an all-star team. Is that right?
Yeah, it's an all-star team. We had tryouts mid-June-ish, and I think there was about 40 kids that tried out, and we kept 14 of them. And Michael, the most impressive thing is we haven't had a practice as a team yet. We jumped straight into competition, and we're undefeated to this point.
That's unbelievable, Andy. All right, wait a minute. How excited are the kids to go to Louisiana on the plane tomorrow?
We were screaming after we won that championship. I mean, it was crazy down in High Point, North Carolina. I don't know who was more excited, to be honest with you, the parents or the kids.
Wow.
It kind of set in reality-wise with the parents. Oh, my God, we won. Now we got to take more days off of work. But you know what? It is beneficial to our kids. We're making memories together, and this is something they'll never forget.
Making memories. This is for both you, John and Andy. I mean, look at these are 10-year-old kids playing China, Mexico, the Caribbean. I'm trying to get my arms around that. Like I'm sure you guys there'll be a language barrier, right? How's this going to work, John?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm sure Andy's going to be translating on his iPhone a little bit. No, I mean, I would piggyback off Andy. I think, none of this happens without the parents in the community supporting these kids. So huge shout out to them. On the first trip down to North Carolina, I made sure every kid, turned to their parents and thank them. But we just have such a special group. I'm really excited for Andy and the group to get down there, and heck, maybe they come home speaking a little Chinese. That'd be pretty cool.
That would be really cool. I'll tell you, Andy, have you had a chance to look at the opposition? I mean, you just won the other day in North Carolina, or do you just go and let the chips fall where they may?
It's funny you say that, because last night I had a couple of parents of a couple of our players send me clips on Game Changer of the team that we're playing the first game. So yeah, I've scouted it a little bit. I've watched videos on them, but we're not out there really on video, so they have no idea what they're getting into when they play us. Oh, wow. Okay, speaking of clips for either one of you, because I know that people are going to beat me up if I don't ask this, is there is Andy, you fly there tomorrow morning? Tomorrow night's the first game? No, we don't play the first game until Friday.
And who do you play on Friday? China?
Right now, it's up in the air. Funny you asked that question, because they have two different brackets out there right now. They have, on one bracket, they have us playing Irvine, California, and then the other bracket, if you go into the website, we're playing San Antonio, Texas. So if we win that game, then we're going to either play the Caribbean or Mexico, I believe.
Wow. Now, okay, so listen, because people are going to be yelling at me, I know it. Can we watch it on a live stream, anything like that?
So we
do
have.
All right, go ahead, John. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, so Andy's team, obviously, they have an app called Game Changer. So you could download the Game Changer app. You could search Pirates RBI Mustang. You can find it that way, but I would think the easiest the easiest way is MustangWorldSeries.com. There's a link on that website that can take you to some live streaming of some games.
All right, hold on. MustangWorldSeries.com.
Correct.
What is the significance of Mustang? You guys have said that. Is that the name of this league or something?
Yeah, so ultimately the overarching brand is Pony Baseball, which is, based out of here in Washington, PA, the headquarters. And then, depending on how old you are, the 10U division is labeled Mustang.
I didn't realize that. Wow, I know Pony League and Colt League, but I never heard of Mustang. I'm sorry about that. Andy, I'll tell you what, the first game's Friday and then Saturday and Sunday, or 2 days?
No, it runs all the way until Monday is the championship round, should we get there. When we get there, I should say.
10-year-old kids, I mean, it's enough to coach them baseball. How are you going to keep them focused, getting on a plane, getting into a hotel? Oh, my God, you're going to be pulling your hair out here.
I'm bald, Michael, so I got that taken care of.
And you know what? and you know what's funny, John? I know some of the kids on this team, Andy's son, Ryan Sheffo, a number of other kids, and they're really sweet kids. John, I'm going to let you have the last word. Andy, congratulations. I'll tell you, this is really cool. Everyone in Pittsburgh, go to MustangWorldSeries.com. I can't wait to watch these games. John, I'm going to give you the last word on why the Pirates are so extraordinarily generous, not just with this. And this is a big deal. It is. It's the Pittsburgh Pirates, 10-year-old kids representing Pittsburgh in this International World Series. I think it's the coolest thing. But overall, the whole umbrella, overarching deal, why the Pittsburgh Pirates are so involved with supporting financially and in other ways. When I MC some stuff for the Greenfield baseball stuff, the Pirates are always there. You guys always have a presence. Why do you think, in all the neighborhoods in Western Pennsylvania that have a Little League, why it's so important?
Yeah, honestly, it starts at the top. Our owner, Bob Nutting, he has full faith in our youth baseball programs, and he cares so much about youth sports. Just like we mentioned, all the lessons that come out of youth sports. And, we do our best to give every kid in the city of Pittsburgh and every community in Western PA a chance to receive all the resources that we can give them to play this game forever. As long as they can, we want to make sure that there's nothing that's going to prevent them from playing. So Again, it starts at the top. Pirates are in full support of any youth baseball or softball athlete around the area, and especially this team that's going to the World Series. And, we wish Andy and the rest of the team the best of luck. You have every ounce of support from the Pittsburgh Pirates. And, we're really looking forward to the next couple of days.
And, Andy, I lied. I'm going to give you the last word. You know what? After having heard that, without the support of the big Pirates, the little Pirates getting on a plane to Louisiana tomorrow to play in the International World Series at that level, you wouldn't have it without the Pirates.
No, we wouldn't. And we actually got two videos, cheering on the team. Cambalago, local Greenfield kid, was the bullpen catcher for the Pirates. He sent us a video. And Connor Griffin sent us a video earlier today that we shared with the kids.
Oh.
Yeah, so they're pumped. They're ready.
They're ready. Great. All right, now listen, when you win the World Series and you come back, I better get the exclusive. Do you understand me? I want the exclusive now, baby. All right. Hey, Andy, congratulations. John, thanks so much to both of you, and we'll all be watching.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Yes, Mike. Good luck indeed. Good luck indeed. Yes, indeed. All right, I can't wait to watch that, honestly. I'm going on that website. Yes, indeed. MustangWorldSeries.com. Ooh, baby. Come on, kids. You can win it. You can beat China, Mexico, and the Caribbean. Don't worry about it. All right, Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh. I'll be right back.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this late-night ad to make you more alert, which could help your driving. And science tells us that pulsing beats faster, stimulating audio like traveling sound, and voices on the higher, so-called brighter end of the audio spectrum like this can encourage focus. Also, a familiar tune can help, so...
Liberty, 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 liberty.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and saved thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. Craig, you're going to be next, but I'm going to take your call after news because I only have a couple minutes left in this segment. I loved going along with those guys. They were terrific. How about a 10-year-old kid 10-year-old kid may have never been on a plane before, and on this little Pittsburgh Pirates team. And they're very talented, and they beat several teams around the country in North Carolina and that tournament there. Going this far to be able to get on a plane tomorrow to go to Louisiana for this Mustang. And I guess Mustang means 10 and under, I guess, Mustang World Series. So go to MustangWorldSeries.com where they'll have a live stream on there. That's what John Leonard from the Pittsburgh Pirates said. So I'm going to watch that. I got to get the times of those games. This is fun. But yeah, can you imagine how excited those parents are? And it's true. Let me just say that the research shows again that Little League strengthens communities, fosters local unity, encourages family involvement, provides children with a safe, inclusive environment to learn life skills with teamwork and sportsmanship. And listen, most Little Leagues I know, if you don't have the $60, $80, whatever it is, $100, $200 to register for your kid, you go and talk to the folks. They'll come up with it. And they'll tell you that they will, So get your kid involved. If your kid doesn't like sports, then guess what? God love him. God love her. Put them in something else community-wide. Yeah, and keep them busy. Because I'll tell you, anything, the volunteer network is very strong with local sports leagues and community leagues, and they rely heavily on dedicated volunteers. And I love the fact Pittsburgh has been very strong community sports community. City. Region. Yeah. There's no doubt. And then, the other thing is very critical is that local sports, they sponsor these teams. They really do. They cover operational costs, gaining community exposure. And this is why don't ever think if you don't have the money to get your kid involved in something, just go and ask. And don't be afraid and be embarrassed by that. That's hardly uncommon. Trust me. It's more common than you think. Go and just ask to get your kid involved. It's okay. It's okay. And you know what? Beyond athletics, Little Leagues, they act as a community anchor, providing safe spaces. Kids learn discipline, and they build character. They build character around, guess what? Two things: success and failure. Success and failure. And this is how kids are taught how to take failure. You can't win every game. You can't make every team. And I think a lot of my referee and umpire buddies who do that for local sports teams, they would, I'm sure they're right now saying, Michael, say that for the parents too. Make sure the parents understand that. Yeah. Building character, both success and failure. We're not God. We're vulnerable human beings, and we lose at times. Accept it and move on. And that's what kids learn in Little League. It's real. I'm telling you, it's true. Or organized sports, young kids. Give them the freedom to do it. Okay, news coming up, ABC News coming up here in a couple of minutes, and then I'll get right back to the phone. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
Summer is better together, and nobody does community like Legends Senior Living. As one of Pennsylvania's largest senior living providers, they invite you to fun summer events across Pittsburgh area communities and experience the vibrant lifestyle that awaits. Meet new friends, learn something new, and explore topics that matter to seniors and their families. Enjoy chef-prepared cuisine, meaningful conversation, and the warm hospitality that makes Legends so special. Visit legends.seniorliving.com/PGH to browse summer events, RSVP, and start filling your social calendar.
This summer, your passport isn't required. Welcome to Summer in Tokyo at P.F. Chang's. Inspired by the color and energy of Tokyo's vibrant sushi scene, these limited-time creations bring bold flavors in every bite. Discover new sushi rolls, steak tataki, and lobster and prawn fried rice inspired by one of the world's most exciting food destinations. Cruise through Tokyo, one roll at a time aboard our sushi boat with wave after sushi wave of unforgettable taste. Summer in Tokyo at P.F. Chang's. Your journey to Tokyo starts here.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
My name is Ariel. When I arrived in the U.S. at 19, I struggled to find job opportunities without my high school diploma. My entire life changed when I took a chance and got my high school diploma at age 22. Everything I have, my education, my career, my marriage, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and my teachers. They were with me every step of the way, helping with my English and math, making sure I pushed through all the challenges.
Ariel, your success proves that what I'm doing as a teacher has real meaning.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Now you're helping others achieve theirs. It inspires me.
Education was the key that unlocked all my opportunities.
When you graduate, they graduate. Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1
ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. Just a few hours after Tropical Storm Bertha made landfall, rain and wind are lashing the southern coast of Louisiana. ABC's Victor Akendo is out in the storm.
And as we come this way, we can see how much water has made its way over from Lake Pontchartrain, now really flooding this area. The good news, this is probably as bad as it is going to get today. Louisiana's governor saying that the storm likely will not produce the type of rainfall or kind of wind event that it could have, but we're feeling the brunt of it right now.
The storm is weakening as well, but it is likely to continue to bring the threat of storm surge and dangerous rip currents through tomorrow. For the 12th night in a row, American forces are launching strikes on Iranian targets in the Middle East. And 2 U.S. officials tell ABC News President Trump has approved an agreement with Saudi Arabia to have the two countries partner on developing a civil nuclear program in the kingdom. This is ABC News.
Have you tried the only stop smoking hypnosis in America, proven useful by the U.S. Patent Office that reprograms your subconscious? Alex Goen patented hypnosis destroys your connections to cigarettes. No cravings, irritability, or weight gain. Walk in a smoker, walk out free. Only $59.99 or your money back. Stop smoking seminar tomorrow, Doubletree by Hilton Green Tree, 8 p.m. Weight loss, 5:30 p.m. Come 30 minutes early. Walk-ins welcome. Sign up at alexgoen.com. Goen, that's alexgoen.com.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline.
So I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It's going to be a cool night tonight under a mainly clear sky, a low of 52. We'll have a good deal of sunshine tomorrow with a high of 76. And the weather looks nice into Friday with intervals of clouds and sun, high 79. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
If small businesses are the lifeblood of this country, we're going to talk to the head of the Chamber of Commerce and get a sense of how small businesses are doing. Plus, we'll talk to an expert on the SAVE Act. It's America at Night with me, McGraw-Milhaven, each and every night. Come join us right here. Tonight at 10 on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. Michael Bartley with you on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA. I'll be here till 9 o'clock, coming up here in about less than a half hour. And then Anthony Olshansky will be on from 9 to 10. Craig in West Virginia. Craig, you are next.
How you doing tonight, Michael?
I'm okay. This has been a decent show, I'll tell you. I'm enjoying the calls, and I really got bent out of shape about that child porn and that 2020 show last Friday night. Did you watch that show by chance?
Did not, but I've been listening. I could tell it was touching you in the heart.
I'm telling you, I don't understand why people hurt kids. I just don't get it.
That was my first question, is why your show was only till 9 o'clock. I didn't know that he was coming on after that.
No, Anthony, he's coming on 9 to 10, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Nice. Hey, and by the way, great interview, and I was actually a Mustang coach in the late 80s down in North Carolina.
Okay.
Oh, no, 2 years. Yeah.
Okay, can you explain that to me? So Mustang just means like what they say about Colts, the Colt League.
Well, at that time in the 80s, I don't know if it's changed since then, but it was 8, 9, and 10-year-olds. And sitting above my workbench as we speak we were in a championship my second year, but we ended up losing by 1 run. But I still got the trophy. It's a open glove with the baseball in it, all signed by those kids, and it's still on my workbench.
And it was the Mustang World Series.
Well, it was just Mustang Little League in Winston-Salem.
The
team that beat us probably went on further than that, but we didn't.
But
we got beat by 1 run.
What city were they from that beat you?
They were both Winston-Salem. So whatever team won in Winston-Salem, they took off from there and kept on going.
I'll be darned well.
But back in the late 80s.
I watch 10-year-old kids, and I know some of the kids on that team that's going tomorrow. You'd be surprised how damn good they are.
I love watching the Little League World Series. I truly do. I watch it every single year. I just think it's fantastic. There ain't no doubt about it.
Me too. I agree.
I want to set the groundwork for tonight a little bit, and if I say something that we disagree with, and I say, Michael Bartley, go play in the traffic, I'm not telling you to go commit suicide. Just so you know that. I'm not telling you to go commit suicide. I am venting frustration because me and you had a disagreement. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to lay this right out on the line. If Abigail Gardner gets fired, there's a 99.9% chance that nobody's going to hear me on KDKA anymore because I'm going to pick a new station. This is a travesty. That girl did not mean that. Everybody knows she didn't mean that. And anybody that thinks that she meant that needs help, needs psychiatry help. So I'll stop that right there. I won't even talk about the host. I'm telling you, this is a travesty how far this thing has gone, and it's because that show that day is what brought that to this point. That's a travesty. So if I tell you to go play in the traffic, Michael, I'm just trying to be funny. Now let's talk about Donald Trump, my favorite person. I can't figure out why Donald Trump is on a campaign tour. Can you tell me why? He's up in Minnesota. He's down in Atlanta. He's out there campaigning, and I can't figure out why this is, because from what I understand by the Constitution, he has no chance of being in office again, and it just makes no sense. Now, I do know that 2 days ago, one of his BFFs, the president of Nicaragua, did you see that he canceled all their elections?
I did not.
Yes. 2 days ago, guess what? Elections in Nicaragua will no longer happen. He ain't leaving. So, all I can do is just connect the dots. And I see it coming. When I'm golfing, when I walk up onto a golf green, there are days that I look at the putt and I'm like, man, how's this going to break, left or right? And you really can't tell what's going on. And then there's those days, like today, it's like somebody drew a Sharpie and drew the line, and you make that putt. I can see what's coming in November. There is no reason for a second-term president to be out campaigning every other or every third week, and it's as plain as the nose on my face. But I don't understand why the Democrats aren't fighting harder than what they are on what we see happening. I just don't get it. This war in Iran is not going to stop until the midterms, because we all know, and I won't even say the name, but we all know what is not being talked about, why this war is going on. I heard Marty Griffin today, and you can just hear the pain in his voice, because he has daughters of that girl, Gonzalez, that got killed in that drone attack. I've been trying to find this for 2 days. How long have they been in the country? Were they immigrants? Is she a DACA child? And I can't find that out. And if somebody out there does know it, please call in and let me know. I want to find out how long that Gonzalez family has been in this country for her to enlist into the military voluntarily and lose her life, and yet we got mass ICE agents out there. We know what's going on with them. This is just a travesty of what we have in office. But I'm telling you, there's no reason for a president to be campaigning at this time on your second term unless he's not going to leave office.
Did he have a rally in Minnesota? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and then he just spoke down in Atlanta again, giving another rally.
Was it for other candidates, though?
Oh, no, it's all for the war and the SAVE Act. And did you hear about...
No, listen, I tell you, I think, his ego is it's killing him, that these polls have him. He's the most unpopular president in our history. It's killing him because of his ego. He can't deal with that. So he's out there campaigning, pretending everything is great. But you know what? I tell you, Craig, people just aren't buying it. That speech last week. I mean, about the election fraud. How embarrassing is it for Americans? It's unbelievable. And he can campaign till he's blue in the face. His cultists are there, but I can't imagine. I just can't imagine. And I think behind the scenes, I'm not defending Schumer because I'm not a big Schumer fan, but they've hired scores and scores, an army of lawyers, and they're trying to figure out and wait to see what he does. But it's tricky. It is tricky so far leading up to the midterms. It is. They can't overplay their hand.
Did you see the interview with Blanche in front of Congress?
Yes.
I'm his attorney. He says it right out loud. Yep. I'm Donald Trump's attorney.
Yep.
And then he has to walk it back. And that's what is going on. It truly, truly is. I know that 18 months ago it was Project 2025. 10 times a day you heard on KDKA. But you haven't heard that in the last 7, 8, 9 months. I'm telling you that this is what it is. He just keeps deflecting and deflecting and deflecting, And the main goal, everybody keeps talking, everybody's worried about the SAVE Act, and they're worried about these rights and those rights.
But the SAVE Act can pass the House all at once. It's not going to go anywhere in the Senate.
Well, here's the way I look at this, Michael. I don't have a problem with a voter ID. I don't know a Democrat that does. At some point, if you are on the registry, there's either a glitch in the computer, which we just saw. You saw that story, I'm sure, that there were 400 illegal people that were on the registry. Was that New Jersey?
Yeah. But
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's 400. To win New Jersey, he needed 170,000 votes, and it's 400. We got to stop looking left and right, and I'm just telling you, the man is not going to leave office without burning down the house. He's just not going to.
Let me add something to the voter ID thing. Former Pennsylvania Governor Tom Corbett, who's a dear friend of mine, I love him. We have a lot of mutual friends. I've had him on this show. He was a Republican. He co-authored a column for Time magazine saying that we don't need the Save America Act because we already and listen, I'm simplifying this. It's a lengthy piece and it's very good. You got to read it. And I'm simplifying this, but he argues that we already have voter ID.
That's a fact. Listen, did you ever get to meet Mangino? He was a host back in the day here.
I didn't know him. No, I didn't know him, but I heard he was a really nice man. Yeah, I don't know him.
Really good guy. And he actually went and did. He signed up and he went through the whole process. He worked at the voter polls, and he came on the next day and he went through the whole process. There is no way possible that you're going to have numbers more than 5, 10, 15, or 20 of people who should not vote, or the name is wrong, or the Social Security number is a digit, whatever the case may be. But the Biden election in 2020, you needed 170,000 fraudulent votes for Donald Trump to have won that election. He is laying the groundwork, and I am telling you, he is laying the groundwork not to leave when his term is up. You can just see it coming. I'll tell you what scared me the most is at his inauguration, because Silicon Valley was as liberal could be. When you looked at the Facebook office or the Google office, they were riding around on them scooters, and they had little sleep pods and air hockey games. And when I saw Bezos and Zuckerberg and all those people at his inauguration, I was like, holy crap, what in the world is going on? Did I go to sleep and wake up in bizarro world? How are all these full-blown liberals donating $1 million to $2 million for his inauguration? And he said, listen, I won. I'm coming for you. You better get on the train or you're going to get ran over. And there are two more things. I always say to watch stuff, but there are 2 interviews I want you to watch. And if you think Donald Trump turned this way once he got into politics, there's a 1990 interview with Barbara Walters on YouTube. 1990, Trump, Barbara Walters. And she looks at him straight in the face and says, I know a lot of your rich friends, and they're telling me that you're not as rich as you think you are. You don't have the money.
I've seen that interview, yeah.
Did you see the look in his eyes?
Yeah.
He wanted to kill her.
Yeah, I know.
And there's another interview, Charlie Rose, who I'm sure you know Charlie Rose.
Absolutely.
And that was 1992, and you watch that interview where he says, listen, I better have 100% loyalty or I'm coming after you.
Oh, boy.
And Charlie Rose said, yeah, Charlie Rose looked at him and goes, are you serious? He goes, oh, yes, 100% loyalty or I'm coming for you.
Oh, boy. And Craig, I got to run here. Thanks. Well, I'll be on the air tomorrow night. No worries. Thanks.
All right, Michael.
Take
nice
care.
Talk to you.
All right. Greg, I'm going to fit you in real quickly when I get back, okay? Michael Bartley, KDK.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Yinzer Palooza Weekend presented by Mrs. T's returns to PNC Park July 24th through the 26th when the Buccos battle the Chicago Cubs. Kick off the weekend Friday night with a free Yinzer themed tea for the first 20,000 fans. Then Saturday, the Doctor is in as the first 20,000 fans receive a Dr. Ravi bobblehead. Then cap off the weekend Sunday afternoon when kids 14 and under take home a Daniel Tiger plush while supplies last. Get tickets at pirates.com.
This July, celebrate red, white, and blue along with beautifully made custom window treatments from La China Drapery and Blind Factory. For over 60 years, La China has been manufacturing custom draperies in their own Dormont factory, filled with thousands of yards of quality fabrics. Visit La China's Dormont or Wexford showrooms, tour their factory, or schedule free shop-at-home service. From measuring to professional installation, La China does it all. Call 412-665-4900 or go to lachinadrapery.com.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA. Now listen. I'm going to talk to Greg real quick, and then I'm going to tell you about my show tomorrow night. I'm only here till 9. Anthony's on from 9 to 10. Greg in Pittsburgh. Greg, you're on KDKA. Go ahead.
How you doing tonight?
Oh, that's my man from Mount Washington. What's up,
Yes,
Greg?
sir.
Yeah, God love you.
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm all right. How about you? You sound good.
I wanna speak about our president.
Yeah.
I think he's gonna get back in office again. They're gonna come up with some law that's gonna let him get reelected back in office.
Oh, you better be wrong. You better be wrong. You and Craig
Man,
both better be
listen
wrong.
here, man. He has gotten away with so much stuff, man, for him to be the president. I think he's going to pull that one out.
I don't.
He's going to get back in office.
I don't think.
And everybody's going to be like, wow.
I think, listen.
He's a magician, man.
And I'll tell you how he's not.
He can pull a rabbit out of his hat.
Let me tell you something, Greg. I think we win the House and we win the Senate come November, and we got him we got him. And I think he's going to. You know, did you ever listen to James Carville, how that Southern accent? He said, Donald Trump ain't going to finish his second term because he's going to be so scared. He's going to be too scared.
I don't think he's going to be so scared. I think they're going to come up with a law. You watch?
No, I don't think so.
I'm going to call you back. I'm going to say, didn't I tell you?
All right, I'll tell you what.
Come up with something for him to get back in.
If Trump gets a third term, you can call me and say I'm the dumbest person that ever lived.
No, I would not say that, man. You're a very intelligent man. I've been watching you on TV and listening to you on the radio.
You're my man.
For years.
You are my man.
My man.
Greg,
hey, I've never called you that.
I know. Hey, Greg, by the way, how's everything going downtown?
Everything's going pretty good.
All right.
You know, somebody took out a lawsuit against the police for giving the kids a curfew. I guess one of them got hit with some mace. You know, with a little bit of pepper spray.
Good.
And then they took out a lawsuit.
Oh, God.
Everywhere you go at now, it should be a chaperone with all kids under 18.
Those kids act up and ignore the police.
You go at because
hit them with
the
mace.
Ones causing all the problems.
Yeah, hit them with mace. I don't care.
Causing all the problems.
I agree. But wait, you still wait.
You ain't got no older people running around.
I know. Are you still working downtown? Are you still working downtown?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Do you work overnight?
No, I work during the daytime. I work at PPG.
Oh, no kidding.
I work during the daytime.
Yeah. Well, that's a nice job.
Everything.
Yeah.
I see everything, man.
Oh, I bet you do.
Hey, it's a nice place to work at. I call it the Six Churches.
Yeah, it's nice
Looks
in
like
there.
Six Churches.
And around Christmas, you got the tree up and everything. It's very nice. It's
Oh,
wonderful.
man, it's nice. Skating ring.
I know.
You know, it's very nice, man. It's a nice place to work at.
That's what Pittsburgh used to
I've
be
been
like.
there almost 40 years.
I know. That's what Pittsburgh used to
Been
be
almost
like.
40 years, man.
I'm telling you.
So that's my second home, man.
Listen,
My
Greg,
second
thanks a
home,
lot.
mate.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate
Hey, man,
the
it's
call.
always good talking with you, man.
I'll be here tomorrow night.
Hey,
No worries. You bet. All right. All right. Listen, Julie. Anybody else? I'm. My shift is over. Anthony's here from 9 to 10. I'm sorry about that. So give me a call tomorrow night if you want to talk about my subjects. All right. So you have to give me a call tomorrow night because I am. My shift is up. But tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow night. So I made this post on social media earlier in the week. I think it was Monday. No, maybe it was Sunday. I don't know. I forgot. About the fact that I was watching the Beverly Hillbillies. And whether or not young people knew what that was. All right? Are you listening to me? Whether or not they knew what that was. They don't. Did they ever hear of Hogan's Heroes? No. Did they ever hear of All in the Family? No. Did they ever hear of Andy Griffith? No. Did they ever hear of Mary Tyler Moore? No. Did they ever hear of Dick Van Dyke? No. Did they ever hear of Leave It to Beaver? No. Did they ever hear of I Dream of Jeannie? No. Did they ever hear of McHale's Navy? No. No. Did they ever hear of Gilligan's Island? No. And you know what else I started watching? The Real Hawaii Five-O's. It's on at 11 o'clock on MeTV and during the week. Steve McGarrett, Dan O, Chin Ho. Yeah, and I'm addicted to it again. I haven't watched it for 40-some years. It's the greatest. All right, so listen, tomorrow night, we can get to politics like we do later in the night. Don't worry. We'll do it. It's okay. But wait, you know what? From like 7 to maybe 7 to 9, 7 to 8, I want to talk about why my little post went viral and people going on about, oh my God, I'll tell you right now. I'm getting messages right now. Is this a new shift for me, 6 to 9? No, it's not. It's not. Young Anthony, we're trying to give him a little shot here. So, and management's auditioning him. So hang loose. And he's a nice young man. Be nice to him. Anyway, listen. People wouldn't stop about all the shows that they loved and how much better sitcoms and TV shows were better back in the day. And back in the day, maybe even 20 years ago, I started watching, a friend of mine told me to watch King of Queens with, what's that actor's name? I forget. But that show's hilarious because Jerry Stiller's in it. He's it's hilarious. So we're going to talk about your favorite shows tomorrow night, all right? I don't care if it takes all 4 hours. When I watched Granny the other day on the Beverly Hillbillies, she said, "Cut me a hickory switch. I'm taking Jethro to the woodshed." I'm sorry, I laughed my ass off. And I'm thinking, you know what? It's high time we start talking about it. Yeah, I'm doing it. Tomorrow night. I'll be here 6 to 10 tomorrow night. And we're going to talk. Oh, man, wait till we go on about Andy Griffith. The number one character in there. I love Don Knotts, I do, but the number one, Ernest T. Bass. Come on, just admit it. You know you're admitting it. All right, that's our agenda for tomorrow night. Anthony's up next till 10 o'clock. Michael Bartley, I will see you tomorrow night, 6 o'clock.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
And we are honored to have with us Senator Kim Ward, fresh off a budget for the state of Pennsylvania.
Senator Ward, I'm curious to know about something that didn't happen, which the regulation and taxation of these so-called skill games. What happened that it didn't get done?
Well,
I would kind of like to know that, too.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 events to challenge your mind, enlarge your world, and make you laugh. With Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more. I just took a COVID test. Ugh. Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020.
From ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. It's the second named storm of the season, but Tropical Storm Bertha is at the top of everyone's mind in southern Louisiana right now. The storm making landfall this afternoon, bringing rain, wind, and the possibility of storm surge.
Red flags flying and beaches closed as Tropical Storm Bertha makes landfall in St. Bernard Parish, Louisiana. Streets flooding around Biloxi late today.
ABC's Victor Akendo in New Orleans. Meanwhile, the Carolinas are also dealing with heavy rains and flash flooding threats. Flood watches are in effect for Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, and Alabama, says ABC News meteorologist Samara Theodore.
From Roanoke Rapids to Norfolk, you have a level 3 out of 4 when it comes to a flood risk. Significant flooding taking place there. On Thursday, some of the same areas are getting hit again, which means that we are now in a more dire situation where we start to see a lot of rivers and streams and creeks exacerbated, roads becoming even more impassable, significant flooding possible.
The U.S. launching new strikes on Iran tonight for the 12th night in a row. The Strait of Hormuz remains effectively closed right now. President Trump at a rally in Marietta, Georgia today says that doesn't matter to him.
In fact, if you combine us and Venezuela, we have about 62% of the world's oil market. So we don't need straits. We don't need anything.
An independent autopsy commissioned by the family of Nolan Wells came back undetermined today, but experts did find an area of discoloration on the back of his head. Forensics pathologist Judy Melanik.
That's a signal to me that the pathologist is not certain that it's due to trauma. Discoloration can happen from lots of different things, and especially in a decomposed body, discoloration could just be a consequence of decomposition.
The state autopsy into his death is still pending. You're listening to ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments, just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
A trial date has been set for former Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro, June 1st, 2027. ABC's Peter Haralambous has the details.
That puts this trial about 17 months after the capture of Maduro. And it's been a few months since we've seen him in court. Today, he looked noticeably thinner, thin salt and pepper hair, though he seemed at ease in the courtroom. He waved to folks in the gallery. He said good morning in English. He waved to a court artist, and he conferred with his lawyers.
In California, lawyers are wrapping up day 2 of preliminary hearings for the musician David in Los Angeles, who stands accused of murdering and dismembering a 14-year-old girl last year. ABC's Alex Stone has the latest.
On the witness stand on day 2 of the hearing, David Burke's financial manager and a finance employee of the record company that signed Burke are testifying. Prosecutors are trying to establish that Burke had a huge financial motive to protect his career and that he killed 14-year-old Celeste Rivas to prevent her from exposing their sexual relationship and impacting that career. On Tuesday, prosecutors showed gruesome photos of the crime scene as they try to prove to the judge there's enough evidence to move to trial. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
This week, scientists in Key Biscayne, Florida, transported 30 species of an endangered coral species from nurseries off the coast to a hatchery on land, fearing that warming waters could trigger a mass bleaching event. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Under a mainly clear sky tonight, it is going to be cool with a low of 52. We'll have a fair amount of sunshine throughout tomorrow with a high of 76, and then mainly clear and comfortable tomorrow night with a low of 56. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
She's back. Join Dr. Bridget Shufo at 9 this Sunday morning and see how her wellness and weight loss help you get rid of excess weight and, more importantly, keep it off with a healthy lifestyle. It's Dr. Shufo's Health and Wellness Show this Sunday at 9 a.m.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Roofing Company.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win. And we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army. Our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 to 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find them within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, St. Anthony school programs have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
Good evening, Pittsburgh. You're listening to 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDKA. I'm Anthony Olshansky, filling in for my good friend Michael Bartley on the 9 o'clock hour here. If you want to call and join me, you can call 866-391-1020. The Pirates are on right now. They are currently trailing the New York Yankees 2-0 after an earlier victory today. But we're going to move out to Westmoreland for this first story, as Dix's House of Sport is hosting a soft opening at Westmoreland Mall next week. There was one that was implemented in the Ross Park Mall a few years back, and now people in Westmoreland County and the Greensburg area should be excited. I love the House of Sport out in the Ross Park Mall, but this is from the Trib. The store will hold a soft opening July 29th and a grand opening August 7th to 9th, featuring appearances by Pittsburgh shortstop Connor Griffin and Steelers guard Jennings Dunker. Nationwide, Dick's operates 39 House of Sport locations where shoppers can purchase gear and test it on a variety of in-house facilities, such as climbing walls, batting cages, and golf simulators. The Westmoreland Mall will be the second in Western Pennsylvania, following a store that opened at Ross Park Mall in 2024. The Westmoreland Mall store will include a climbing wall, golf simulator bays, a multi-sport cage for baseball, softball, lacrosse, and soccer. I've been to the one out in Ross Park Mall, and if you've been, it is incredible. There is a walking track. There are big sections for shoes and gear, any gear really you could want. Plus, there's a Gymshark section. There's a Lululemon section. You have the classic sportswear brands. You have Nike, Adidas, Under Armour. And while I've always been skeptical of paying full price for Dick's, it's really good products. And it's a store that, of course, is local to the Pennsylvania area. And it's exciting out in Westmoreland, which has the live casino, which we covered last time on the show. And for me personally, I remember every year growing up, we would go for my brother, we would go get sports gear at Dick's. Usually it would be a baseball bat, gloves. He also played basketball, so we would get basketball sneakers and socks. And so a lot of fond and nostalgic moments growing up and remembering Dick's. But I actually want to get to a caller here. We have Greg in Pittsburgh. Greg, you are on KDKA. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. My name is Gregory. It's nice meeting you, Mr. Young Anthony. I'll call you Young Anthony from now on. How's that?
That sounds great. It's a pleasure to meet you, Greg. What's on your mind?
What's on my mind? I think Mr. Donald Trump is going to get back in office for a third term. America has let this man do anything he wants to do. And I mean, he really did it the last election, because you took all the black voters that were strictly Democrat for years, and they all voted Republican for Donald Trump. Okay. And I think that they're going to pass a law where you just can't run two times to get reelected back in the presidency when Donald Trump is running again. I think he's going to get back in, and it's going to shock the world. And I guess most of the blacks that were Democrat are all turned Republican this time, too.
And how do you assume...
do you think, Mr. Anthony?
Excuse me, Greg, I'm sorry.
Huh?
How do you assume he's going to do that? Do you think he's going to circumvent the Supreme Court?
I think he's got some people everywhere he goes at that's in his front and back pocket. He's got connections, man. That's why I make the statements that I make. He seems like he can do anything he wants with anybody that he wants to do it with, whether it's a judge, a lawyer, a courtroom, a whole mess of people. He can just do and get away with anything he wants to do in America. He's not only the president, he's like the Godfather, man.
Well, thank you so much for your thoughts, Greg. We appreciate that. I don't know if I would fully go with the claims that he could do whatever we want. Certainly, we do have laws in this country, although Donald Trump has been privy to breaking them. What we've seen is, though, however, he has abided by Supreme Court rulings. If he disagrees, he will make a statement, but he's only ever disagreed with Supreme Court cases. He's never tried to circumvent. I know that he sells his Trump 2028 merch, but certainly that has something to do with the flood the zone strategy from Steve Bannon. Just try to get people as distracted and exhausted with the news cycle as possible. So I don't know if I would say that it's guaranteed that he's going to run for a third term. I think that's an unsubstantiated claim, but I appreciate you calling, Greg. And if you do want to call, remember there's a call line and a text line at 866-391-1020. You're listening to the Michael Bartley Show here on 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Join St. Barnabas Charity Saturday, August 1st for the Free Care 5K that benefits the St. Barnabas Free Care Fund. Post-race party with music, food, prizes, and medals for all ages. Register at freecare5k.com or call 724-625-3770. Experience the best of Italian American cuisine at Martirano's Prime at Rivers Casino. Whether you're celebrating a special occasion or stopping in after the game, they have you covered. From field chops to steaks to a variety of pasta dishes, you'll never leave hungry. Visit riverscasino.com to book your reservation today. NASCO Roofing takes pride in exceeding customers' expectations. If the recent storms caused you damage, get NASCO on your roof and see why they've satisfied thousands of customers. Call 412-373-2000 for NASCO Roofing.
Details at kdkaradio.com.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Yinzer Palooza Weekend presented by Mrs. T's returns to PNC Park July 24th through the 26th when the Buccos battle the Chicago Cubs. Kick off the weekend Friday night with a free Yinzer themed tea for the first 20,000 fans. Then Saturday, the Doctor is in as the first 20,000 fans receive a Dr. Ravi bobblehead. Then cap off the weekend Sunday afternoon when kids 14 and under take home a Daniel Tiger plush while supplies last. Get tickets at pirates.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back to 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDKA. I'm Anthony Olshansky, filling in the 9 o'clock hour for Mr. Rob Pratt. Our second story hits close to home with a former Pittsburgh Panther who reflected on his heart health advocacy. This is from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Of course, Damar Hamlin has become one of the most recognizable players in the NFL over the past few years after suffering a heart attack on the field. And the article reads, quote, "It's been more than 3.5 years since the Buffalo Bills and one-time star player at Central Catholic in Oakland, Damar Hamlin, collapsed on the field in a rare case of cardiac arrest called comedo cordis. After he recovered, the event catapulted him into a dizzying sphere after heart health advocacy. Now, 28 years old, Hamlin is reflecting on the lessons he's learned from advocacy. It's not just about educating people on the importance of CPR or having an automated external defibrillator, which helps restart the heart, handy in classrooms and at sporting events. For Hamlin, it's the support and experiences of others that have propelled him forward. Ever since Damar Hamlin has gone into the more philanthropic route when it comes to his heart health advocacy, I have been a big fan on the sidelines. For those who may not know my story, I have congenital heart disease. I've had 5 open heart surgeries. I have a pacemaker and a mechanical mitral valve, and heart stuff is really big for me. I go to a cardiologist, I take pills, I do all that fun stuff. And for me, of course, you watch people like Damar Hamlin, you watch these serious health scares, and you only can hope for the best for the people, but to not only have him recover and be the player that he still is today, but to also go out and support his community and really be somebody who is a role model for so many. Damar Hamlin has done an incredible job, especially in the Pittsburgh area. He's somebody, he went to high school here. He went to high school in Oakland and Central Catholic, was an incredible talent when he was there. And then he went to the University of Pittsburgh. He had all ACC honors. He was an anchor of the defensive unit when Pitt was having some of their best seasons in the ACC. And then into the NFL, he has continued to be a reliable player for the Buffalo Bills. It has been exciting to see the journey that Damar Hamlin has been on. He is also somebody who has shown up for the past few Super Bowls, not as a player, but February is Wear Red Month. It is Heart Month, so it's something that the league has done to promote heart health advocacy, and it's very exciting. And it's, like I said, as somebody who sort of sits on the sideline, it's easy to dog on athletes per se. It's easy to, get wrapped up in who's the top 5 on a list, who's the top 10. And of course, we're getting back to training camp here in a week, so we're going to see all the lists. The NFL Top 100 list is coming out now. So certainly we're going to get back to the arguments in the NFL of every category of position, teams, fantasy football. I know I'm pumped for it. I've just raise the stakes in my own fantasy league. But before we get back into the swing of football and into the swing of things, it's important to remember that these athletes are people, and their job is to be entertainers and to be athletes. So it's certainly something where, yes, you do associate people with the sports that they play. It oftentimes blends into who they are as people, but it is a job. And if people are doing things off the field that deserves to be called out, of course, it will get called out, and it will get ruthlessly punished by the media. And I mean, obviously, we just saw the layoffs at ESPN. Certainly, there is ridicule to go around. But what you also should see is if players are doing things right, things like Russell Wilson going to the Children's Hospital every year for 15 years in the league. You have Cam Hayward in the Hayward House. You have philanthropic ventures from these people, which oftentimes do go under the radar because the juicy tabloid stories are the ones that ESPN will like to latch onto. Bleacher Report, I'm not calling them out. I'm just saying that's what gets the clicks on the internet. But what I will also say is that we need to build an NFL where, of course, you have the incidents from Roger Goodell where certainly he's hated. And the way that he operates as commissioner of the league, he has had his fair share of scandals. But at the end of the day, when we can come together and celebrate these athletes, that's what I'm all about. Actually, one thing that's very interesting is we would always have a CPR course when we were in high school here in Pennsylvania. We did a lot of health classes that revolved around the heart. It was something that we learned in biology, but also health classes associated with gym and exercise. And we, at least in my school at Norwin, we all were CPR certified. And I think that's something that should be in every school. It should be completely free to the public. There are new public pools that are open in Pittsburgh. I'd love to see training seminars of classes of 50 people, 100 people, 150 people learning how to do CPR. It's one of those life-saving skills. Of course, you can find videos on the internet. People will talk about certain songs that you can use to get the rhythm of the beat. But CPR, chest compressions, it's a life-saving skill that everybody should know. And for Damar Hamlin to be such a strong supporter of that is something that is really exciting to see as somebody who has dealt with being in the cardiology space, somebody who sometimes it can go under the radar for sure. But moving on, he's still advocating for CPR training and AEDs in school while reminding people that recovering from a heart condition can be a lonely journey. Sometimes the best thing you could do is let someone know they're not facing it alone. That's something that I go to a heart camp, and I'll tell you, there is not a more exciting place to be every single year. When you're born with CHD, congenital heart disease, it affects 1 in 100 people. Maybe 1 or 2 other people in your entire school district will have something wrong with their heart, have congenital heart disease, and absolutely it's a lonely experience, and I've had that firsthand experience. There's been names that were called, but it wasn't ever too bad. Looks like you swallowed a hockey puck, fun stuff like that. But certainly other people have. I'm very fortunate with my heart condition. I don't have what other people have, and one thing to take away is to be grateful, and gratitude is really important, and I think that we should all be grateful for athletes like Damar Hamlin. Pittsburgh is a city with a lot of heart, with a lot of grit. And people work hard, and they fight to make a living here. And it's not always easy, but we do pick ourselves back up. And I think Damar Hamlin has always been somebody who has fit that moniker to a T. I'll tell you what, though, I'm pumped for this Steelers season. I'm interested to see what the quarterback room looks like. Of course, we're going to be going into a season where it's a lot of quarterback controversy. Will Howard, is he going to stay on the roster? Drew Aller has a lot to prove. Will he prove it? You have Mason Rudolph. Are we going to keep him around? You have Aaron Rodgers, and the next step of saying, are we going to prime this year for a new quarterback? Are we going to fit with the backups? Are we going to make sure that we have a team that's setting a good foundation for the future? Or is it all going to blow apart at the seams by season's end? That's a tough place to be, especially in a competitive AFC North, arguably set to be the best division in football. You have the Browns, who are heavily improved. You have the Ravens, who look like they're going to get back to normal, especially with Jesse Minter as the head coach. This is an opportunity for a new-look Ravens that actually scares the Steelers instead of losing as frequently as Jackson and the Ravens have these past few years. You have the Bengals, who defensively they've improved, and offensively they're still as explosive as they were last year and just 2 years ago when Jamar Chase won the Triple Crown. I am eagerly anticipating a 10-7 season. I'm hoping that for the Steelers' sake, of course, you have all of the pieces come together. But let's face it, this is an aging core. Cam Hayward, 36 years old. You have Jalen Ramsey, who's in his 30s. You have Aaron Rodgers. He's the oldest starting quarterback in the NFL. You have a lot of guys who some would say are past their prime. TJ Watt, this is a make-or-break season. Is he still in his prime, or is he washed up? A lot of people are saying, hey, TJ Watt, I think he's washed up. TJ Watt has to go prove that those people are wrong. And this is going to be a season where TJ Watt makes a lot of money. And there's a lot of rumors about what people want to do with him. Do they want to move on? Do they want to trade him and his big salary? Do they want to dump it? You saw Myles Garrett, who got dumped this offseason from the Browns. And I would argue that the Browns, I wouldn't say that they won the trade, but it wasn't as bad of a trade as one would expect trading Myles Garrett to be. They got Jared Verse, who is exciting and electric and someone who's going to be around the organization for a long time. Knock on wood if you're a Browns fan. But this is something where they also got first-round pick depth. This is a team that's already improved. They're coming off of, people say what you want about Shedeur Sanders, but he was a rookie Pro Bowler. He was a rookie Pro Bowl quarterback. That's nothing to scoff at. And I think this is a team that, even if they have Deshaun Watson as their choice at quarterback, the reason they're picking that is because they picked him over a Pro Bowl quarterback. So if I'm the Steelers, I'm freaking out a little bit, but also Mike McCarthy, I do have a lot of faith in Mike McCarthy. I think he's somebody who he has the ability to lead. And I think Tomlin was a leader, but certainly a change of scenery was needed. And maybe Mike McCarthy is that cherry on top. That mired in mediocrity that the Steelers have had, maybe Mike McCarthy puts them up another level. I'm not going to say anything for sure. I can't tell you that he will, but I think that if you're a Steelers fan, it is a very exciting time. And I know for me, I'm getting ready. My brother, him and I, we're going to go to training camp, and we always do once a year. It's something where it's always fun to have the little football setup that they have where you kick the field goals. They're actually, make sure that you know this, they are doing training camp earlier this year. They are moving it to 11 a.m. with gates opening at 8:30. They've switched it from the earlier afternoon to the morning. So if you are planning on attending training camp here in just a little over a week, make sure you are getting to the gates significantly earlier than before. Coming up here on 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA, we're going to be talking about midterm voter registration and some shocking numbers for the state of Pennsylvania. You're listening on 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA.
Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A-plus rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA-certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
My name is Ariel. When I arrived in the U.S. at 19, I struggled to find job opportunities without my high school diploma. My entire life changed when I took a chance and got my high school diploma at age 22. Everything I have, my education, my career, my marriage, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and my teachers. They were with me every step of the way, helping with my English and math, making sure I pushed through all the challenges.
Ariel, your success proves that what I'm doing as a teacher has real meaning.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Now you're helping others achieve theirs. It inspires me.
Education was the key that unlocked all my opportunities.
When you graduate, they graduate. Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Celebrate the month of July with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned starting at just $129 and get your air ducts cleaned for $5.99 per unit. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of the savings today.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I'm Mike Dubusky. Storm surge is a major concern in southern Louisiana right now, where Tropical Storm Bertha made landfall earlier today about 40 miles outside New Orleans, where we find ABC's Victor Akendo.
Some areas might see 6 inches of rain. That could lead to flooding, likely see some thunderstorms. 1 to 4 feet of storm surge is possible. We met residents preparing to secure their homes, loading up with sandbags. They have been through their share of storms here in New Orleans. They tell me they would rather be prepared than caught off guard.
Explosions in Iran tonight as the U.S. military launches its 12th round of strikes on the region in as many days. Earlier today, President Trump attended the dignified transfer of the 4 U.S. service members killed in the Middle East last week. And an autopsy commissioned by the family of Nolan Wells, the teenager who went missing on the 4th of July after visiting a barrier island in Mississippi, has come back undetermined. This is ABC News.
Lose weight. Alex Goen patented hypnosis, the only weight loss method in America proven useful by the U.S. Patent Office because it reprograms your subconscious, engineered to kill cravings, emotional eating, late-night fridge attacks, full on half the food so you lose the weight, no matter what you tried before. Engineered to work. Only $59.99 or your money back. Weight loss seminar is tomorrow. Doubletree by Hilton Green Tree, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking 8 p.m. Come 30 minutes early. Walk-ins welcome. Sign up at alexgoen.com. Goen. That's alexgoen.com. Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for name brand furniture. Stop in and compare their quality and pricing and save. 380 Auction has name brand furniture for less. Before you buy, shop 380 and save on your next furniture purchase. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132 or log on to shop380.com and save.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com or call 724-444-5568.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It's going to be a cool night tonight under a mainly clear sky, a low of 52. We'll have a good deal of sunshine tomorrow with a high of 76, and the weather looks nice into Friday with intervals of clouds and sun, high 79. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. Recreational marijuana. Are you in? Are you out? The new effort to legalize it.
Welcome back to KDKA 100.1 FM, AM 1020. I'm Anthony Olshansky, filling in for Rob Pratt here on the 9 o'clock hour. The Pittsburgh Pirates have just officially dropped the second game of today's doubleheader against the New York Yankees as they split one game and lost this one on a controversial call. Ryan O'Hearn called out, although there is still under review for that challenge. Remember, if you want to call and talk to me, 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. We are accepting calls the entire rest of the 9 o'clock hour. And I wanted to get to something because it is a midterm year, and it's always important to make sure that people are registered to vote because we live in a democracy and people want their voices heard. We should ensure that their voices are heard. But this is an astonishing statistic. There was a survey recently done of Pennsylvania voters, and it found that out of 30 states that took this survey, Pennsylvania ranked last in registration for those 18 years old. According to a recent study of 30 states, Pennsylvania has the lowest rate of 18-year-olds registering to vote of any of them. Just 22% of 18-year-olds in the state are registered to vote, according to a survey done from the Civic Center, a nonprofit organization focused on registering high school students. That's far below states like Oregon, which leads the pack at 86%. and even neighboring states like New Jersey and West Virginia at 48% and 55%, respectively. But it's not the young people's fault, said Laura Brill, CEO and founder of the Civic Center. It's not that young people in Michigan are so much more impassioned and inherently organized than young people in Pennsylvania. It's that they're involved in different systems and have different supporters to help them do it. The positive news, Brill said, is that the factors that lead to low youth registration are all changeable. She said one of the biggest things states can do is to allow people to pre-register to vote at age 16 or even earlier. Half of U.S. teens live in states where they are pre-registered at age 16. And what we are definitely seeing is that states with pre-registration have higher registration rates for 18-year-olds just because there's a bigger on-ramp for people to learn about it. There has always been, I think, a conversation about the voting age. Some people, of course, back in the day, it was 25 and property owners, and then it was 21. A lot of people defended that right for 21. It was officially lowered to 18. You have seen some people, more so on the Democratic side, say, hey, maybe give 16-year-olds a shot. 16-year-olds are working. They technically pay taxes, although they do get them back at the end of the year. But they say, hey, let's get 16-year-olds to vote, or at least pre-register to vote. And I'm actually a big fan of that. I think there's a lot of pride in voting, at least for me in particular. And I think that a lot of people, the more you age, the more you vote, the more you get in tune with your community and really understand the issues of the day. I think that's something that people really do care about, and it makes a big difference. I know that a lot of people, certainly in my generation, are disheartened by what they see politically. They feel like the system is not working. They feel like there is no way anybody can ever fix the system. Both sides are equally bad, and it's all bad, and it's always going to be bad. But certainly, it's not always going to be bad, and you can vote your way out of it if you really care and are in tune with organizing your community. That's what democracy is all about. And I think that the more people that can participate, usually the better. Now, certainly you have to deal with tyranny of the majority. You have to deal with the Electoral College. There's a lot of things that certainly you do have changes in which people want to see at the federal level that sometimes it is willfully ignored because lobbyists have more of a say in specific manners. Money does trump all in politics. But what we also see is that the disheartened, nihilistic sense of Gen Z is addicting. Imagine you can just hate everything forever. There is something addictive to be said about embracing the negativity and just being sucked into it. But I do think there's hope to be had, and I think that there should be an opportunity for hope. A lot of people, and Michael talked about this earlier, but of course, a lot of people don't like Donald Trump. He is the, according to the polls, the most unpopular president in modern polling history. Democrats are not much more favorable in the American public's eye than Donald Trump and the Republicans. I think everybody's mad. Everybody is furious. The cost of living is out of control. The war in Iran seems like it's going to be another forever war. You have these politicians who they say all these nice things in the campaign ads, and then they go behind closed doors with their wealthy donors, and they don't really listen to the people. And they get frustrated. And especially people in my generation, they see more of a top versus bottom structure than a left versus right issue. They look at 99% versus 1%, the top 1%, those billionaires who get tax breaks and subsidies by the government. That's something that Gen Z is not a fan of, and it's something that makes more left-wing candidates like Bernie Sanders, like Abdul El-Sayed, really appealing to people in Gen Z. You also see this with Republicans. You see James Fishback, who's running for governor in Florida. You see this with Thomas Massie, who was just in a really tight primary with Ed Gallerin in Kentucky's 8th Congressional District. Now, Massie lost. He will be heading out of the House of Representatives. But this is a guy who was unknown a few years ago, and because of the Epstein Files Transparency Act, a bill that is really Gen Z focused. You have the Epstein Files, which is a Gen Z issue. You have Democrats and Republicans that came together on this, and that's who's winning in politics. It's people who put policy first. It's not necessarily party loyalists. It's not establishment people. It's the opposite. It's this anti-incumbent, anti-establishment wave. We see it in both parties, and we see it primarily with the youth vote and young people in my generation. Coming up next, we're going to keep it maybe talking about politics, but I want to get to the phone lines here. Remember, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. You're listening to KDKA 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this late-night ad to make you more alert, which could help your driving. And science tells us that pulsing beats faster, stimulating audio like traveling sound,
and voices on the higher, so-called brighter end of the audio spectrum like this can encourage focus.
Also, a familiar tune can help, so...
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Bitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Bitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Bitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back here on 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA, here on Rob Pratt's show. I'm Anthony Olshansky filling in. I want to get to the phone lines here. We have a CPR instructor. Doesn't say where they're from, but you're here on KDKA. Hello, my friend, my CPR instructor friend. Hello, what's your name? Where are you coming from?
My name's Karen. I'm from West Sloan County. I am a CPR instructor. I am aligned with West Sloan County Community College, and we have over 100 instructors, but WCCC doesn't run 100 classes per year. So we, as an instructor, we have to go out into the community. And I've tried to reach out to different companies and organizations. And it's really hard finding, groups that want CPR classes done. So my question for you, because I'm mandated to get 4 classes for people, 4 in 2 years, and I'm running out of calendar time. Do you know of anybody who would want a CPR class done for them?
I do not personally, but those who are listening, you said, where is this happening? I want to make sure that everybody has the right details.
Well, I'm an instructor, so I go out into the community to organizations that want a CPR class taught. So we can do like a basic CPR class, or we can do a healthcare provider class.
And as an instructor,
So they could call me, and I would go out. I would go out to them.
As an instructor, wow, and thank you so much for the call, Karen, here on 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDKA. Yes, CPR is one of those very valuable skills that is really important to learn. We had harped on it, but I want to get to this weed legalization that John Fetterman voted for today, because it's one of the big questions that has happened to be on Josh Shapiro's platform. It was also on John Fetterman's platform, but it's something that, especially with this renewed push for a Democratic trifecta in the Pennsylvania House and Senate under Democratic control, Senator John Fetterman joined Democratic senators in renewing a push to federally legalize weed. This is a position he's held for a very long time, since he was the Braddock mayor, but this is from the Post-Gazette. While Fetterman has stated his commitment to support legalization that would legalize cannabis on the state and federal levels, little movement has been made on the front. A state bill to legalize recreational cannabis passed narrowly in the House and died 7-3 in a Senate committee in May. 24 U.S. states and the District of Columbia have legalized cannabis for recreational use. Pennsylvania, which has had a medical marijuana program since 2016, is not one of them. Now, it is legal for medical use in the state, but there are still restrictions. You saw in the city, Corey O'Connor made different guidelines for vape stores, which was seen to crack down on vape stores and what they're able to sell when it comes to weed, and possibly shutting down weed sales to some degree in the city. So it's interesting that this is something that Fetterman and Shapiro are pushing for now in the midst of pushback seeing at the city level, but at the state level, it seems like it could have some support from top politicians. I want to get to Greg here in West Virginia. Greg, you are here on 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA. How are you?
Good, Anthony. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing well. What's on your mind?
Well, first of all, that was really good information about the pre-registering. I'm big into politics and had no idea that was going on with 18-year-olds. Fantastic information. I want to talk to you as a Gen Zer, but as a Gen Zer that has not been in the workforce yet, that's a little bit different than a Gen Zer that has. You know, you're talking about the people like Mamdani and Bernie Sanders, this, that, and the other. Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump are the same people. They are populists.
Same tone. I don't know if I'd say same person. Certainly the policies are different.
Well, the same speech. You know, Trump came in, Doge was going to come in, and you're going to get a $5,000 Doge check. Did you get your check, the $5,000 Doge check?
No, I think they forgot to send it to me. They could send me 3 if they really want to.
It got lost in the mail.
Yeah.
Then you were going to get a $2,000 tariff check. Did you get the $2,000? I didn't get it either. But then you look at Bernie Sanders. He's been in politics for 30 years, and the man has only passed one bill in 30 years. He talks all the game. You know, chair or co-chair on a bill, he's passed one bill in 30 years. And guess what? His claim to fame is nationwide health care. Guess what state has the highest cost per individual for health care? Vermont. Where's Bernie Sanders from? He's from Vermont. How can that be that he's going to fix the health care in America, but he can't fix it in his own state? Everybody got to avoid the populists. But I will tell you this. I am so, I don't want to say anti-millennial Gen Zer, but the point being is that you guys listen to what people say instead of what they do. I don't know if that makes sense to you or not, but you know, you keep getting all these promises, and people are following them, Mamdani's, and he's going to have a free grocery store and free bus rides. Listen, I agree with a lot of stuff that America should do, but the free bus rides and grocery stores are not going to happen. Have you guys been dealt a bad hand? Anthony, I agree with you 100%. Your generation is going to have to go through a brutal time in America, but you can't follow the populists. They make the promises, but the promises never come true.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts, Craig.
All right, Anthony.
That was fascinating, and certainly there are questions to be asked when it comes to healthcare costs nationwide, and you see on a state-by-state basis. Certainly it's more of the state governments, the state assemblies. You see the governors. Certainly Vermont does have a Republican governor. It is Phil Scott. So when it comes to the cost of healthcare in Vermont, it's not necessarily proportionate to what Bernie Sanders has to offer in the Senate. But I appreciate you calling, Craig. Remember, that call line is open at 866-391-1020 here on KDKA 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA. We have just been having so much fun on this 9 o'clock hour, and it has been an incredible ride. I was here with Michael Bartley earlier, and Michael and I are doing Rob Pratt's show today, and we really appreciated the topics coming up. And I want to get back to this weed legalization because this is something that is seeing broad support across the country. This is something that even the Trump administration, they recently changed rules regarding psychedelics and scheduling those as possible medications that could be sold and used as antidepressant kind of medication. And so on one end, you're seeing stricter regulation around weed and vape stores, but you're also seeing the vapes themselves getting more flavors. You're seeing weed potencies get stronger. You're seeing these pesticides in weed that are showing up. And so there's a mixed bag of what this legislation actually looks like. And it's something that I think is surprising that it's not already passed. It's something that even Republicans, for the most part, outside of a small minority of evangelical Christians, they don't really speak for the broad majority of America. Last time I checked, weed legalization was about 74% in the polls, and it's something that yet still can't get past it. And I get that the Congress is ineffectual, but it's weed. I mean, it's weed. Come on. It's really, you've been able to legalize alcohol for how long? And this has been the Gen Z argument because we've seen the alcohol industry completely collapse in Gen Z. They've lost over $800 million or $800 billion. I believe it's $800 million in 4 years because sales have shot through the floor because of just not being able to go out, getting too expensive. Gen Z doesn't like to drink anymore. They call it poison. It's, we're more on our health vibe or GLP-1s. We like to diet and fitness and exercise. So people aren't drinking like they used to. And a lot of those times, if people have their vices, usually it is weed. And instead of making it unsafe and not knowing what's in the product and having this half black market, half non-regulated market so that pesticides and weed killers and bad stuff can get in something that ultimately is not the most harmful thing in the world. If you want to do it as a vice, it's something that's important. It's the same idea that a lot of people have with pro-choice. Okay, well, if abortions are going to happen regardless, would you rather have it in a regulated system or would you have it in something where people have to cross state lines? And I'm not getting into the abortion argument. I'm just saying it's very similar with the respect of just how people approach the argument. So it'll be interesting to see if it's something that Democrats really have at the forefront, if they do happen to take back the Senate in Pennsylvania. It's going to be a tough battle, though. They're down 3 seats. They're +6 on the ballot, congressional ballot, for the House of Representatives, for the U.S. House of Representatives. But in Pennsylvania, there's a lot of more gerrymandered areas that certainly help Republicans. Josh Shapiro has already vowed not to change the maps. Pennsylvania for a long time had an independent commission on maps, but after the 2010 census, the Republicans did end up gerrymandering Pennsylvania, and the maps haven't changed since then. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in that regard, and we'll see and keep up with the midterm news here on 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA. Thank you so much for listening on this 9 o'clock hour. I'm Anthony Olshansky, filling in for Rob Pratt.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
And we are honored to have with us Senator Kim Ward, fresh off a budget for the state of Pennsylvania.
Senator Ward, I'm curious to know about something that didn't happen, which the regulation and taxation of these so-called skill games. What happened that it didn't get done?
Well,
I would kind of like to know that, too.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country. With over 35 years of helping clients